460 up there, and then at the bottom we're at 412. Something like that's going too fast. I need a couple of them. There we go. That's not bad now. Okay. So these, so you can see. Oh fuck! I'm gonna do that. 7, 10. Oh, open it up here. There we go. I learned yesterday how to. I made trades off of this yesterday. They were good trades. I learned how to read this a little bit better. So you can see, like, this is the high up here, and this is the high here, and you can see this order here. Right there, that's that one, and then that bigger one up here is this one. You can see, like, the red, so there was more orders up here, and then they're taking their orders away, right? Oh, look at it, came up, and that order blocked. That order's blocking it. And then the big red circles are when they're hitting sell, sell, sell button. Big green circles when they hit buy, 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 and then these ones are the passive orders, right? So you'll see them come up and go through one of these, and you'll see a bunch of dots there. They're hitting it to try and push it through. So I'm learning how to read this too. So it's actually very helpful, because what I was doing was I was watching this, and then I was seeing these lines, and what I noticed was price would go like this up to this. And then they would take this away and they would put it up here somewhere. And so you'd see the order here, and then all of a sudden it's just like this black, and then up here. And I'm like, it's like they're moving it to allow the price to go there. They're like, oh shit, it's like they know, like, oh, price is gonna go up here, and this isn't gonna be a good price for me to sell at. So I'm gonna take my orders away from here and put them up here, because this is gonna be a better spot where it's likely gonna come to, and I'm gonna get a better price for my sale. And so, like, I can see some of that stuff happening in this in real time. And then you can also see it. You can see with the bubbles here, but you can also see it here with the numbers at the price level. So, like, this is a little bit harder to watch, but you can see, like, 52 there. That means that they were hit 52 contracts, sell, and hit the bid, so they sell this to the passive buyers, right? Because you have passive guys that are just putting their orders on they're like, oh, I'll put a limit order here, you have all those guys that are putting limit orders here, right? Those are the limit orders. This is what those are. Those are the limit orders, all that stuff there. And then this is the volume, all that stuff. But the limit orders, you'll see them do this and put their limit orders, but then you also have the guys that are the ones that are hitting the button, like market orders, right? And so you'll see when you get up to levels, you'll see them when they get up to an area, you'll see them boom, and they'll hit it to try and push it through that area, you know, like, oh, we gotta break through, and like, so you can see that happening. It's good information to see happening. Okay, so yeah, I'm talking, okay. Seems like it might be a little bit too loud though. Okay. I guess that's fine. Oh, what happened here? Crude oil inventories actual 2.415. So that might affect stuff here, but maybe that was already. Oh wow, that's a huge. Holy shit! That's not good. Crude oil inventories, that means the price of oil is going to go down. Because they were previous to crude oil inventories was negative, and then they were expecting negative 1.9, but it's actually their inventories are 2.415, which means they have lots of inventory, so lots of supply. So the price of oil likely go down. I bet you. Watch. can't look at it. Well, yeah, I can look at it. That's fine. So I'm just based off of that. So if I go here, hold on. I think it's, what's the crude oil? Oil futures. CL1, yeah, crude oil futures. That just came out when I'm on delayed data. Oh, that's why. So I can't see. In 10 minutes, we'll see what happens here because I'm on delayed data. But I bet you, like I'll keep this up here. 63 is before this happened. I bet you any money is going down. Because that's big, man. That's a lot of inventory. So now you see these orders. See, they had lots of orders there they stacked, which is these guys here. See those two there. I'm gonna go fix that door. It's just the wind. Hi, Phil. You can put this under your chair and she can hang up there if she wants. Nope, sorry, Rex. Working, boy, working. Oh, that thing's still not showing up. Now it is. So like there's levels that I don't get to see. Watch that line right here. It's at the low. Oh no, it's still there. There's the low. Okay, never mind. What the fuck? Does it disappear ever? It's all good. Seems like it's working fine. So then I come in here, and then so this is my moving average. It's a 60-minute moving average. So it looks at the last hour basically, but it's like not chunk by chunk hour. It's just like it doesn't reset. Maybe I could make it reset. That would be interesting actually. And so you can see where are we here? This is the previous week view app. Oh. Okay, we're gonna build the robot too. Okay, so that's the daily. That's our daily view app. That looks like it is the monthly and the weekly standard deviation of what one though? Where is it? Are we low or high? There's the, oh fuck. Let me turn off the hourly here, turn off the daily. Okay, the weekly and the monthly is gonna be the same right now, yeah. Yeah, so this is the weekly, standard deviation 1. This is previous weekly. Okay, and if I turn monthly on, it'll be the same right now. I don't think yearly is gonna work either. I can try. Let's see, yearly. It should just fucking fill in on top of this too, I think. Yeah, I just filled in that, right? Yeah. Alright, so there's the, so we can see here, this is the one standard deviation, previous weekly, or no, previous monthly, previous weekly. So this is the previous monthly view app. That's a good one. You can see how price, like, you can see how price comes up over it, and like it, you can see touches, like it's an area that things are happening, right? This is why, like, when somebody was telling, like when I was learning about support and resistance, I was always wondering, like, why is price doing this? Like, why did it get up to this price and then just reject? Like, is there some reason that, like, people didn't want to buy it up more than this? Like, what was the reason? And I found that a lot of it was after I started using my VWAP stuff, a volume weighted average price, I found that a lot of it was coinciding with volume weighted average price levels, standard deviations thereof, and I'm like, oh, so they're just playing off of when it's the volume weighted average price is like the institutional's like moving average basically. So I was like, oh, and then it started connecting. Look at that big order up there. Okay, turn my stuff to see, that froze. I'm not supposed to do that. That's our opening range. It popped out of it, popped out of it. That's come down to the this is the last hour's VWAP, coinciding with the moving average. That would have been a decent area to buy. It was right around here, and that's the top of the value area high. So it coming back, it broke out of it, coming back down. We could have bought it here. If it comes back down to there, I don't know if it's a good time to buy right now because we're kind of choppy in this little bit of a section here. Yeah, you could have bought here. Like you could have bought anywhere here and just held it for 5 minutes here, and you would have got your move up to here again. We're in an uptrend right now because this is the 1, 2. That's a daily. So this is the standard deviation 1. So we're trending up. It's holding this first standard deviation. So it's probably gonna work its way between here. So you'll probably see it come up to here again, which is the high, and up to here. It might test into this area, and then these guys go filled. So we could technically, like sometimes I do this, where I'm like, I see this is happening up here, and I'm like, okay, well I'll oh shit, I didn't want to do that. Okay, I should close this off. I didn't mean to hit that. I meant to hit this button. So, and I had to turn off the confirmations. You see how it put me into the trade right away? Usually I'll hit that and it'll say, "Are you sure you want to go in this trade?" And then I click OK. But the program's having problems where when I have to do like look at that, it's frozen because it's trying to pop this up. So it's having issues doing that, popping that up, because there's lots of shit going on. So look at these orders. Watch these orders. You see things are happening. See, like there was an order here, and they moved it up to here, and then they took it away. They probably moved it up to here now. So it's red. It was yellow, so it's red now. So they're watching price, and it's probably computerized too. It's all doing like this kind of shit, right? So I can put a sell limit up here. Watch, like right here, with these guys. There's my sell limit. And so we're just looking for this to come up, pop up. It might even come higher than this because we do have this here as well, right? So I can put another order up on here to sell if it does. And like I've been watching, I've been like, okay, well these guys, the reason why I want to see these orders is because I can see like when they move them and stuff, and I'm like, oh, you guys want the price to go up here. You're moving your orders away to allow the price to go up. Didn't quite get up to this area yet, but I think it's still going to. And then you'll see it come back down into this area here. I could move my. Okay, we'll build the bot while we're just doing this. So this is another sort of order, like another sort of entryway that I'm trying to work on a little bit, is just like following the money. So like I see that there's guys that are like wanting to sell here, right? And this is a resistance place. I see another guy up here. I don't know, he's probably off of this thing or something, or he's been launching. But anyways, so I'm like, you can see where they're putting their orders and big orders, and when they take them away, sometimes I've got caught a couple times because I was putting my orders with them, and then last second it's like, and you see them move their order down, like, oh, you fucker, and then I get my order taken, and so now I'm in, and then it goes down to then they finally get their orders taken, and then it finally goes up, and I'm like, oh, I see what's happening. So like, I'm watching for these patterns and shit, right? And I'm like, right now, this is probably like we're in this little like sideways pattern here. So I think we're gonna probably pop up into here, take some of these orders, and then you'll see like a big spike, and then it'll come back down into this area. This is what I notice happens. So anyways, we'll work on something else while this is just doing this here. Because this is another way that, like, this is a sort of a more, I can still watch for what's happening, and I'm not really out anything. Like, cause if I'm with the other players that are doing this, I feel like
in the 60s, the Canada pension
this is okay. Like, I feel like, but I get caught sometimes where it does go up even more, and then now I'm trying to average fucking thing, and I'm like maybe in a $200 loss or something, and I'm like, that's too much for my one position to be in. And
so was born CPP Investments. Since then, they've helped grow the fund to
well, I don't have any stop loss on this right now because this is I'm entering with these, so my stop loss would have to be like for this completely to be done would be up here probably. I'd put my stop loss for these two orders. Oh, $300 for the day. Yes, $300 for the day. That's technically three, because like yeah, I haven't really been doing that as a thing, Rachel. I know $300 is my max, but it's supposed to be $100 max. So like for one trade. But the thing is it like I have a tool that I'm gonna try. We can try it maybe today or something or whatever. But I've set up these so that because I don't have the stop loss. I can't like. The tool that I'm going to try is I'm going to go, okay, where should my stop loss be if I'm to enter here? Where should my stop loss be? Okay, my stop loss should be like up over this one, right? Okay, so let's just pretend that. If I'm going to put my order here, my stop loss is going to be here. But then I have to manually calculate what this is to understand, okay, to get $100 difference. If I use 4 contracts here and $100 stop loss, or like $100 stop loss, how many contracts do I put here for the $100 stop loss? And like so much to calculate on the fly, you can't really do it. So there's a tool that one of the guys made for this that can help with that, where you can select your stop loss place first and be like, I want my stop loss to be here and my order here, and then well, but I actually like I can still do it. Like I can still go stop loss like here. So this one contract stop loss is $20 right there, right? But if let's cancel this, and I can go like modify, and let's say because like okay, let's do this. The way that I can technically do it with limit orders, I think. So right now what I do is I go here, I look, okay, $8.97, $8, basically $9 is like at the average over the last, I think this is the hour, yeah, over the last hour the average is like $9 is a move, average move. So I'm like, okay, see, it's gonna come back down to this area now. I'm like, okay, so I go and I look and I go, okay, I right click and I go, what kind of setup is this? Is this a 3, 4, or 5 star setup? See, it's going down now. Didn't quite get up to where we wanted, where the high was. So this it didn't quite get up to where the high is, and it didn't quite touch here. So if this actually comes back down into this area, this is the beginning of the downtrend for a little while, I think, if that's what happens. And you'll see these orders like popping up here. You'll see some start to pop up here, but like you'll see these guys move their orders down. You'll see this all follow down when if they really think that the price is going to start to go down. Like look at this guy. There was orders here, they took them away, and now they're down here. And what this is a buying imbalance. So there's buyers that are stuck up here, sort of thing. There's a buying imbalance. A bunch of people were this green bar from back here. It didn't get broken yet, but that's back there. There was a bunch of buyers that hit the bid really hard over there, and yes, the wicks came up, so they did come back up to their price, so they can get out of their price, but There's an imbalance of, there was an imbalance of buyers up there. Technically there still is, it's an imbalance area, so that's another area that, like you can see, that rejected. And that's all, and like all of my areas, all of my support resistance, all of my stuff, all of my lines, they're all based on actual things. It's not just some, like, I didn't just come here and draw some shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually based on, hey, this is the standard deviation of the daily VWAP. This is the standard deviation of the hourly VWAP. This is the opening range, the first hour, the range that it made in the first hour, which people trade on a lot. This is an imbalance of orders. So like, it's all actual stuff that I'm looking at that actually matters. It's not just like, I'm drawing a line, I'm doing this, you know, because like, anybody can come here and draw a line. I can draw a fucking line here and be like, okay, there's got to be resistance up there, right? But like, I don't see this. I don't see their orders. I don't see like what happened up here. I don't see the imbalance. I don't like, and I'm thinking this is resistance, but like, oh, it was an imbalance. Well, like, there's all these, like, it explains a lot more. The previous day high, that's a thing too. Like, look at it, just, well, this is actually a double. This would be a 4-star area here because two things are coming up. The previous day high here, it broke through, came back to the previous day high, but the moving average is there too. Two things there, we're saying that this is going to hold it. And all this, you see it go up, and it goes up and it touches the top of the standard deviation range. And that's where my exit would have been, if I was to come in here, my exit would have been up there. Actually, my exit could have been, I think, up, which is right there too. That's the top of the weekly, this week's volume area, value area. So there's multiple things telling me that this is resistance up here too. So this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm trying to train my eye to do. I know, like, my playbooks, they're all based on like this happening, like the coming into the VWAP, watching for imbalances, like the deltas, and confirming on here. So like, I'm doing all of my playbook stuff, but I'm not like, it's not like exactly my playbook. I'm like watching for sort of the whole picture of it all. So it's like,
It sounds like you understand the picture. I feel like the only thing you lack of is just like how to measure tip profit. Tip profit is not a problem because whenever you want.
well, I am getting better at that. I'm taking, but I'm not. The thing is sometimes.
It's just like because you worry about the real money is shoot a stop loss, not stop loss like the.
And then you look here. Look at this.
Money you can afford to lose in the
See this? That's a big change in the volume. So the volume was, this is a delta in the volume. So there's a lot more sellers than buyers on that candle here. It pushed it down. Now price came back up, and so you can see all the volume from the sellers right here. So if price is above that, these guys are kind of trapped in this little area here right now. You know, they might not be because it came back up. It came down and then came back up for them, so they might have got out here or whatever, but they might have been looking for a move back down into here. They're stuck right now. And so if price continues to go up, they're going to have to cut the short. They're going to have to cover their short, which is the buy, and that'll push price higher. So you can watch for little things like that too to understand, oh, so what do I want to do right now? I'm looking here, and the top here, the top of this candle where this happened is up here, right? 774 delta, that's huge. And then now you can see prices up here, so it's like doot, but like over here, it's way down more than this little bit, right? So price is higher than what the volume is technically saying it should be, but it's starting to come back right now. See, now, oh. So might get some trap sellers here, and then you'll see a little squeeze up through there, but now they're hitting it again. Sellers are coming in and hitting. So and see, you can see the buyers when they hit that to try to push it up. Now you have trap buyers. Look at all these guys hit buy right here. Look at this. Oh, okay. Hey, back up, boy. Back up. Working. Gotta work. Working. Back up.
Casino Regina Show Lounge is pleased to announce the Long Island medium, Teresa Caputo, October 12th and 13th.
Right.
There are several soul for you
Everything
that
good.
are saying you deserve to have happiness. You might know me as the Long Island medium. Why do people call me that? Well, I talk to the dead.
An evening you'll never forget. Book your tickets now at CasinoRegina.com.
It's back down to that area.
She just told me that they got to post the ASM today.
What's ASM?
The assistant manager. She's like, so you know that we cannot post any manager position now. I said, yeah, I understand. Because Romel's still technical manager of ours, so he's on medical leave. He said he's come back, otherwise they cannot hire any manager. So she want me to apply it, and she asked about Peyton. How's Peyton? And then because last time love like talk to her about the customer complaint her. I talked to her and then her response is like, okay, so someone want me to kiss the ass of the
yeah. She doesn't want to be there, Rachel. She doesn't want to be there.
Make a statement of that, so Peyton will know about that because she's the one talking to me. So it's just so drunk. People gonna hate me so much, but
back up,
this is how you
back up. Working, Rex. Working. Back up. Okay, just like I was telling you, looks like it's gonna be the start of the downtrend. I'm getting good at this, Rachel. I am, but still, there's sometimes like if I would have shorted here, I probably would have exited my trade here, and then here I would have maybe tried to enter again here or something, and then I might have got lucky and caught that. But like, I'm just trying to like, I would have shorted up here or whatever, and then tried to get like here or something. Like I'm not really like, I could have held from up there and made like a lot more money, right? But I'm still working on that little part of it. You see right here, see that order that was coming down into this order, sell, coming down to this order, sell, coming down to that one, sell. So interesting to see that, eh? You can see like what the people are actually doing. This gives you so much information of like the behavior of the people, of the market participants. And I'm just a little fish, so I want to see that information because I want to be able to follow the market participants.
I think you see one else, but just like I said, how to help you to not be stressed when you're using will money is apparently risk management is one of the things.
It is huge, yes.
So you now should focus on how to manage your
yeah, so like I'll show you here what I'm gonna try and work on here. Oh, he messaged me back. Okay, yeah, I'll get you that. And I'm also giving. I find bugs in here all the time, and I like. You gotta put that thing back there. Yeah. Okay, it's right here. Share a script. So this guy made trade manager. Oh, I'll give him a heart. So this guy made this. He made like I could probably code my own, but you know it takes time to do all that. So he made this. Here's his video here.
Hello everyone, welcome in.
Oh, hold on.
I want to show off the risk reward tool. Right now I have a fixed risk of about $200. So if I set my risk reward tool to go long, will always have my risk around $200. It will not oversize me. And then we also have the trade manager, which we can place a trade right off the risk reward tool by pushing this button here. And then you can see it's automatically calculated based on the risk reward tool. That's always great.
Sound effects and shit.
And I am using a buy stop order. Just depends on where I place the risk reward tool. And hopefully I get tagged in within a couple seconds. Alright, looks like I'm tagged in, guys.
Okay.
Alright, and if I hit the adjust stop loss and TP button, it will start to calculate my position. So from up or down, it will display that.
Okay, so this isn't that great. I could probably make my own.
Into the trade manager settings and change how I want to view how I'm up or down. I can use ticks, points, stop loss, profit loss, or whatever. Looks like this is a losing trade. Thank goodness I am on sim. Alright, and I'll go ahead and close the trade early using this button here, and it closes the trade. Alright, so more into this trade manager. Say I want to buy at a market order right here, right now. I can click the buy button. I have the option to cancel that if I like. And I'll place my stop loss right
See,
behind this
click
low
buy
here.
button, click stop
And
loss,
I
and then
am
it enters you
automatically
right in
calculated
there.
at 6 contracts because of my fixed risk size right
And
here
because he's
of
already set his risk
$200.
size, he clicks
Seeing
on
the
his
risk
stop loss.
reward
Do you see
tool.
that?
Yeah, but sometimes then we need to adjust our mindset. It's like every time with the soma hits, and then you really go to the level that.
Oh yeah, but this is the thing is being able to see all of this gives me an advantage of where to put my stop loss, where the orders are. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm not just putting it under here. I could like be even tighter with the stop loss because like you'll see it's a little bit hard to see it right now because there's not, but there's a pyramid of volume happening here, right? And so once you'll see like it'll come up to here at the top and it'll go no, and then it'll come down here no, and people are like fighting to trade here, and then eventually it'll break through here and it'll go down and maybe it gets caught on this right here. There's a lot of volume. Okay, see, right there, boom, boom. Because other people are defending that spot. They're hitting there. You can see like right here started hitting buys. So like you can see all this stuff happening, and in these like low like up here, there's no volume up here. So people don't they're like they haven't traded up there today, and like if you look on the week, here's a big area of the week that was traded, but we've broken out of that. This is last week actually, so but it's still relevant. But you can see right here, and then you have like so I can use all of like this volume information of like these ledges right here, like this ledge. This is gonna act like this. I'm not gonna show you here. These ledges act as like support resistance as well, and so do these low areas. So these low areas, you'll see price come dip into these low areas and shoot right back out a lot of times. Like, and that's because they'll either shoot back out or they'll go right through them, and like shoot right down to the next chunk of volume. All these chunks of volume are like where people sort of they don't really agree on price. What I'm people like all the courses they're like, oh, this is price agreement, but I don't think this is price agreement. I just think this is where people are like they're like they're fighting. They're not agreeing, they're fighting is what's happening. The reason why there's a lot of orders here because there's a lot of people buying and selling, and if a lot of people are buying and selling, it's because there's a fucking battle going on of buyers against sellers, and it's not an agreement on price, it's a battle. Like people are not agreeing that this is the area that is the best value. They're trying to push it either higher or lower, and they're fighting, and then somebody finally wins the battle, and it goes one way or the other. More sellers step in or more buyers step in, right? So like you got more people fighting on one side, and then they overcome the other person. It's not really an agreement. It's a battle. And so you see that it start. Oh, look at this guy's just put an order here. He just stuck his order here. So oh, see, now you're seeing it. It's a little bit less. So somebody took some orders off. You can see it's right, I think, this little chunk there, but it's not really big. But this, now that we broke through here, it is going to come down here. It is going to come down here. Oh, actually, hold on. No, this is going back up. This is going back up, right? I don't know, because like, I'm looking here. I see this candle. This is the volume that pushed it down. We got enough volume here to push it to the same level, but now we're higher. Yeah, this is going up. This is going to go up to up. No, a lot of buyers stepped in here, but we're at the top of we have resistance here. We have the moving average, we have the hourly VWAP, and we have the value area high here for the day. Value area high here for the day is not necessarily super strong, but it can be because we're sort of like there's been a lot of volume up here in the last week. You'll see if I zoom out, I'll have oh, hold on. So like this is the The blue is this week's volume. Gray is last week's volume. This is yesterday's volume. So we're above yesterday. This is today's. And you see all these like little, look at this little pocket of volume here. Well, if it breaks through here, it's probably going to hit this and then down to here and then down to there. Like it goes, it, it really doesn't, they don't, like where there's not a lot of volume before, it'll just usually just slide right through. So then it gets into here and you get these little ones. But if it's in a downtrend in here, you can expect it to come down to where, all the way down to this area where there's not a lot of volume, and then they'll reject that. The buyers will step in and say, you know, you can see people putting orders. Like, look at, this is the point of control. This is the point of control for today's volume. That's where the most volume happened today. Look at that big fucking orders there. So people see this stuff. The people that are the smart people, like the people with money are seeing this stuff. You can see they put order there. They put fucking order with the previous day's settlement, the open. I got some guys here. You got some guys here at the end of yesterday's volume. You got some guys here at this ledge where this imbalance is. You got some guys at the top here at this volume area here. They're trying to hold the sell off of like the high of the day. You got people with orders at the high of the day. So I can see all that now. It's so much better. I just gotta see it went up. So anyways. So yeah, that like this, I should probably just take his code because he's got all his code here, and I can take his code and just build my own little, build my own one where I can pick my stop loss. Because the problem that I have right now is I'm just basing it off of this, the ATR, which is an average range. So I'm like, my stop losses are just generated by the average range. So like, let's just say right here, we've skimmed up. Okay, looks like, well, we're running out of momentum or something. We're kind of at the top of we're getting into like not a lot of volume here. This is probably going to push up to here. This value area is probably going to come up to here in this area soon. Because it'll move, because it's a 70% of the volume today. It has the limit, 70% of the volume today. Well, if there's more volume happening up over top of it, it'll chunk it up after and move it up, right? So that does happen. Not as much later in the day, because usually later in the day the day's already passed. Like we've already set where most of the volume is, and unless there's like some crazy like news thing or something like that like catalyst that pushes it in one direction or the other, you'll usually see like the price will come back into these areas, like it'll agree with where, you know, the most of the volume has happened. I guess that is agreement in a way. Yeah, so you're coming down now. So that's that one, but we're on, see, like, look at the top of this candle here was right here for the volume, right? And then if you look at this one, we're up to here now, which was just a little, like, if we go to this one, that's one where this one was, right? This one is like almost as high as that one. And I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I had to turn this off because this thing sort of lags sometimes when I do this with the crosshair. You can see here, like, look at, it's easier to do that. So you look at that top there is almost equal to that top over here, but it's not, right? So there's a divergence between where price was and the volume. And so you see, what typically happens is when that happens, you see price will get back to where the volume says it should be. Does all of this make sense? It's crazy. Like, I'm always like, all of these things are paid. Like, there's lots that's going on here. No, it's free. I can take he's got all he released the code for it, so he's got all the code. I can use it the way he's got it, or I can take his code and I can plug his code into fucking Gemini and say, hey, I just want the fucking ability to click the stop and do this, and I know, I'm going to, but I want to work on the other, work on a little bit of the other one.
You know people talking about shit.
Mm.
It's okay, I bet it's like...
Working, Rex, working, working, back up. We're working, back up. Back up, boy, working. Go, working, go. Go, working. Go. We're working, back up, go. Working. Rex, go. Don't give me your puppy eyes all the time. He's like, come on, Dad, Dad, come on, Dad. I know, boy, but we need to pay attention. Need focus, okay? This is why you can't be in here all the time, because, yeah, you're cute and you nudge at my hand and I'm clicking on things that are important, see? Go, go. Go play with Toto. Go see Toto. Oh, the reason he's here, Rachel, it's 10:42. It's raining today, cold as fuck. I'm not going anywhere. It was. We can go for a quick walk, but it's no, it's all wet in the grass. It rained this morning, so I'm not going. I'm not going. I don't want to walk through the grass all wet. And the wind's fucking crazy. And I'm sick, so yeah. Okay. I want to make an app, make a web page that tracks All right, let's see if it works, Rachel. I said, make a web page that tracks insider activity through SEC reporting in real time. Oh, there you go, Rachel. Done. Done. What the fuck? Yeah, we can go but double check. This is what I mean. Like, why are you gonna need Shopify and shit if you just fucking tell the AI, build me a fucking store for my, build me a store with and whatever. And like, you're not gonna need these fucking tech companies anymore. All these software companies are gonna go bye bye because like, you're just gonna, everybody's gonna be able to make their own custom shit. But no, 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 no. Can't start Shopify now because this isn't. People don't know how to do this. But I can make like there's slowly making apps where it's like it's starting to get to this point. Well, I can't because I have too much other things going on. I can do these things on the side still, and I'm trying to, but it takes a long time. Oh, this is randomly generated. No, 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 no. Hey, this is randomly generated things. What's that guy's website? Can you pull up that video? I'll see if I can pull up his website so I can use it as a comparison thing.
Just a few days ago, Toyota bought about $250 million of a startup called Joby Aviation at $5 per share. Today, May 28th, the stock is already at $8.86, up 30% today specifically. This means that Toyota just made $193 million in 6 days. Now, this might seem kind of sketchy, but the reason the stock went up 30% today.
Steven Silverglade. Okay, so the SEC has. Oh wow! See, look at what happened here. What happened? What caused this? Look at it. We just got this fucking massive push up, and look at where it ended, right up at that area up there. But what caused that? So that's something that this is something that I've look at that. This is something that I'm trying to understand is like what caused that. So 1046, that was right there. This guy said, Fed Williams, the standing repo facility stands ready to help manage. Look at the Treasury and funding markets have performed well. So there's not 1046. I got anything here? No. So I don't know what caused that. Well, yeah, but this was really quick. This was somebody with, this was probably a success. Like, look at, this was not, this was somebody hitting fucking market orders like crazy. So there could have been more than one person, but like, they're, like, you have to have a lot of money to fucking do that, you know? So what caused that? 1048, what does he say? Treasury and funding markets have performed well. Yeah, we've already got that. So I don't know what caused that. These are the things that you gotta watch. Those are the things that I need my stop losses for. Because like if I'm in a short, if I'm trying to short from here, or I'm watching this come back up into this area and I short here or something, I got a stop loss up here. Like that's where you need your stop loss, is these kind of fucking things, right? And you can see, you can see like volume matched what happened there. Volume match what happened, and the delta match what happened, right? And now you're gonna, I think, did this move up already? You'll probably see this start to move up if we stay up here, but look at these orders. Look at these orders. Look at these orders. Looking for, look, these are buy orders. They just keep, you see that? It's fucking crazy, eh? I don't know what caused that. Now I'm curious because these are the things that I'm missing out of my view, is like what happened here that made this happen? Because like I'm looking at the news, I don't see any new. Can we not use that ball, boy? Go get, yeah, but use other balls. And so, like, what caused this? Yeah, but there's a reason why they all came in and started buying in the market, right? They didn't, unless somebody, like, there could be, okay, there could be just like some guys like, oh, fucking buy or whatever, like, it just happened, but like, there's usually some sort of like reason why that happened. Maybe there was news on like a certain stock that has a high, like this is the NASDAQ, right? So maybe there's news on like Nvidia had news or something come out that was like a big thing, right? Like I don't see it here. I don't see it in the headlines unless my fucking headlines are broken, but yeah, I don't see anything. It's got earnings here. Broadcom, that's at after. Okay, so that's after, but that was a lot of volume to push it out of there, but why is my question. What happened here? It's probably going to come back down to here now, you see? It'll probably come back down to this area right in here, and then you'll see it continue. And that's what, if, because this should indicate that we have, like, there's been a lot of buys up here. Now the problem is if it doesn't, and it breaks back down through here, all these guys are going to be trapped. God, look at this. All the green up here, these are buyers. Bye, 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 bye. And yeah, they could have closed it out now. It's possible. They're like, okay, we didn't continue. They could have closed it out. But if you see something like that happen and then it comes back down and it stays down here, all those guys are trapped. It's going to go down even more now because those guys get trapped up there because they're all clicking buy, they're holding, and then their stop losses, and they're like, oh shit, it's not actually going to go there. We're gonna have to sell and sell, and then other people sell, and you see it fucking. I see that happen quite often too. Well, so what caused that? So I don't know. Like, there's nothing. Oh, maybe it was this. Okay, here. U.S. 30-year mortgage rates fall to 6.5%. Freddie Mac. U.S. 15-year fixed rate mortgages average 5.6% as of September. That's what caused that. They were late reporting, but that's what caused that. I don't know why that wouldn't be in here. Why wasn't that in the economic calendar or something? Okay, so this isn't actually real, but it's a structure that we can make it real with. And the reason is it's not real is because you can get so the SEC has an API. Including they're updating in real time. Ten requests per second. It's also worth noting a third-party service like the one you mentioned in the comments. This will, okay, if I just want to run this application as a web page on my PC only, not make it public, therefore, can we do Simple server like a Python. Okay, so we can make it happen. We can make this app. Yes, Rex. We're working. Okay, we're working. You know what this means. Working. Back up, boy. Working. Back up. Working. Go play with Toto. Go see Toto. Go see Toto. Toto. No, leave mommy alone. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Working. Working, boy. Working. Back up. So we can make this, and then it'll tell us all this, and we can change. We can have it, make it do anything we want. I was trying to do it just the simple way. This is gonna come down now. Oh, I got somebody holding here. Come here. Change balls. Change your balls. Where's the other ball? Where's the other ball? You took all the balls out of there, Rachel? I had a bunch of them in there, didn't I? Oh, I had all the ones I didn't want him playing. I know, I had all the ones I didn't want him playing with. Because he's so annoying with the ball. There. Where's the blue ball, Rex? Or the tennis ball? Oh, there's the white one. How about this one, boy? There's the one. This is the one. There you go. That's the one. He doesn't like that ball. Get the ball. You don't like that one? Coming down here, look at this is the hourly view app. And if we're going to break this with conviction or no, it might hold here because we're coming up into this volume. See, this volume is getting more and more. There was more volume here, and this is the value area high, hourly view app, and the moving average. So there's a few things here that are saying we're going to hold this level, at least. I think for a little bit, but maybe it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's, yeah. Okay, it wants to break. See, it shot down. It shot through here from this one down to this ledge. It is on a downtrend. So look at that, and then that. So like, this happens a lot. These ups and downs like this happens all like down, up, like, and these are all trades that we can make, but. Here comes up, doesn't break the opening range, and then shoots right down, right? Like, and these are things that I'm looking for, but I'm not really looking right now because I'm talking with you here, and I told him to go play with her, so it's fine. This is how they play. Yeah, he wants to lick her fucking pussy. I know. Anyway, he wants to lick her pussy, and she's like not letting him. Don't look at him. Just look at him out of the corner of your eye. Don't turn your head to him. Just turn your eyes, and then when he looks, turn away. Look away. See, it did hold the value area, bounced off there, but this is likely going to be just here, and then you'll see it come back down, maybe to here, I think. Unless buyers step in, they didn't really. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on all this right now. So. Look at the buyers. Buy. This order up here might hold us down a little bit. He's so bored. Interesting. Okay. Go play with Toto. Go. 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 Hey, we're not going to use this then. Rachel, you're not going to like and share my video?
Casino Regina Show Lounge is pleased to announce Led Zepp again. Show a whole lot of love for classic rock, September 11th. Ultimate Escape, a tribute to the music of Journey, September 26th. Book your tickets now at casinoregina.com.
No, yeah, no. I gotta build a little bit more. It can't, Gemini couldn't do it just because it needs to, there's some technology issues about trying to. I'll come in soon. There's some technology issues about how it needs to act. Trump makes a fresh plea for a ruling allowing him to oust Fed's. Okay.
5 roommates, 18 screens, 9 hours non-stop gaming, and maybe some studying. Do it all this school year with Rogers Xfinity, Canada's most reliable internet. Get Essentials Internet, just $55 a month for 12 months with student ID. Visit rogers.com or in-store for details.
Hi, you have a package for me? Name's Erin.
Erin, thank goodness. I'll get your packages.
Packages? There's more than one?
10 boxes, all from the Cuckoo Club.
I joined the free trial to get 1 clock and forgot to cancel, obviously.
You should get a BMO account.
Why BMO?
Their app notifies you when a free trial turns into a paid subscription.
Huh, that would be helpful. They're quite loud.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Keep track of your spending with BMO Insights. Learn more at BMO.com.
BMO.
Dad, why do you have frozen peas on your face?
Oh, my tooth still hurts.
Well, just go to the dentist.
I'll be fine. You know I don't have insurance.
But the Canadian Dental Care Plan is here. If your family income is under $90,000 and you don't have dental insurance, you might qualify.
So, no more frozen peas.
The Canadian Dental Care Plan is helping millions of Canadians access the dental care they need. Find out if you're eligible at canada.ca/dental. A message from the Government of Canada.
Tim's new scrambled egg loaded croissant. Or is it croissant? No matter how you say it, start your day with freshly cracked scrambled eggs loaded on a buttery, flaky croissant. Try it with maple brown butter today at Tim's. At participating restaurants in Canada for a limited time.
Did you know CPP Investments has helped grow the CPP fund to over $700 billion in just over 25 years, turning it into one of the best performing pension funds in the world. Just one more reason we can all be proud to be Canadian.
Family.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it.
Okay, I'm
Meet
back.
Base 44, a complete
and having lots of children, they are going to outnumber you pretty quickly. And their values will become the values of the larger society.
Yeah, that's true. The other thing that's going on, too, is that from, the 60s, 70s, and then when I was a child, you could sustain a family on one income.
That's right.
Today, that's virtually impossible. If you're making $50,000 a year, $60,000, it's really hard. It's really hard to get by.
Yeah.
And if you have a wife and a family, and you have bills and a car and maybe
terrible.
2 cars, it's fucking rough.
Yeah.
And Dave Smith talked about that.
Yeah.
Thank the people who brought us into wars that cost trillions of fucking dollars.
Well, not only that, I was talking to my aunt about immigration, who I like, and she, was basically going, I said, I think you also have to pause legal immigration for a minute. And she goes, well, then who's going to be your doctor? Because she has an Indian doctor.
Oh, boy.
And I said, well, wait a minute.
Hilarious.
I said, hold on.
That's hilarious.
That's what she said. She goes, well, who's going to be your doctor? She's a boomer aunt sitting at my house in Southampton, going, well, who's going to be your doctor? And I go, why are we not training American children to be doctors in America?
What'd she say to that?
She goes, well, no one does their homework. I was a teacher for 30 years, and I know that no one does their homework. And I go, do you think it's possible that nobody does their homework? Because we need 2 incomes to run a house. And kids are left to play video games by themselves, and they're not being parented, So I think this idea of we're importing doctors. You know what I mean? Because this whole idea is like, oh, these are jobs Americans won't do. And then they're like, well, it's agriculture and stuff. And it's like, okay, you can understand some of that. But then you're like, wait a minute. Are you saying Americans don't want to be doctors? That's crazy. They don't want to work in hotels or restaurants. Then you start going, well, what jobs can Americans do? I mean, Mark Andreessen came out, and I don't know if you have the quote, Jamie, but like Mark Andreessen literally was talking about, and I don't have a problem with Mark Andreessen per se. I think this statement was silly. He said, oh, yeah, after AI takes over, like one of the only jobs that's going to be okay, I swear to God, he said this, is venture capital. He goes, that'll be okay. Because we'll still need to make judgments about what's a worthy investment strategy.
How convenient that his job will be saved.
Well, this is the whole thing. Right. Yeah, right there. Mark Andreessen says one job is mostly saved from AI venture capital. It's just funny to me that,
that's hilarious.
That this is the direction. If immigrants were taking the jobs of Hollywood screenwriters, they would not be celebrating it. If immigrants were taking the job of people at white shoe law firms, they would not be celebrating it. If they were taking the job of investment bankers, they would not be celebrating it. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
It's not anything wrong with the immigrants who come here. Obviously, that I would come here too to take someone's job because I'd want to survive.
It's just a weird argument, like who's going to be your doctor. It's a really weird argument. And it's kind of, I mean, no disrespect to your aunt.
No, let's do it.
Kind of racist. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Visible is the ultimate wireless hack, and now, with the new Visible Inner Circle, you can forget about family phone plans with no flexibility. With Inner Circle, you can connect accounts with anyone, friends, family, neighbors, you name it. Join for just $25 a month and save $5 per month with every premium line you add. Plus, it's all powered by Verizon with unlimited 5G data, so you get reliable coverage and a connection that you can count on. You unlock savings together without getting locked into a nonsense contract. That means you can leave, switch, or change your circle anytime. Nope, there's no catch. And with personalized payments, you can pay together or keep it separate. Your call. Round up your friends and join today at visible.com/Rogan. $25 per month on the Visible plan. Save $5 per month on eligible plans. Discounts apply to Visible Plus and Visible Plus Pro monthly plans in Inner Circles with 2+ members. The premium plan savings is not stackable with service credits.
It's very racist against whites.
It is. It's also weird. You know, it's a weird argument because it's like all human beings can, of all nationalities and races, can do basically every job. There's people that do it all over the world. The idea that you need
hopefully true. But yes, no, I'm kidding. Yes.
The most racist is like who's going to clean your toilet. Like we've seen
that was Kelly Osbourne on the video. She's like, Mr. Trump, who's going to eat your shit? If you don't have immigrants here, who's going to eat your shit when you shit in a toilet?
By the way, is she in the witness protection program? Because she looks like a totally different human being now.
I don't know what they did. They popped her on somebody Ozempic and they threw her in the shed.
Have you seen the new Alien show that's on Hulu?
No, I haven't.
It's really good. It's an alien show. But one of the things that they do is they take like a dying person and they download their consciousness into like a symbiotic organism.
And is this fake or is it real? Like, are they a real dying person?
Well,
it's a fictional thing.
Fictional.
Okay.
It's Alien the movie.
Gotcha.
Like Ridley Scott Alien.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wonder if that happened to her.
Well, for sure.
Because otherwise, like, how does she look?
That's the problem. You want to defend Hollywood people sometimes against the QAnon stuff, and then you look at them and you're like, oh, God, can you make it easier for me to say you're not a clone? I mean, these young girls are 23 years old, and they have so much plastic surgery, they look like they're 47.
It's nuts. They
It's
have Botox
crazy.
already, and they're in their 20s.
And then all the QAnon people are like, it's because they're not getting enough of the whatever, adrenochrome. And you're like, no, that's not it. And then you look at their faces, you go, oh, shit. Maybe it is it. I mean.
Show me a photo of, she looks great. I should say this.
Of course.
I'm just joking around. I'm
We're
sure
all kidding.
She hasn't been downloaded into a new body.
Not yet.
But if I had her on the podcast, like if someone said, you want Kelly Osbourne to be on the podcast, and I said, sure, and she showed up, I'm like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, it's a fully new head. She has a new head.
Like, that's kind of crazy.
She just got a new head.
That's kind of crazy. The left one, I'm like,
The
oh
left
yeah,
one
that's
is
Ozzy.
a lesbian.
Yeah.
And the right one is hot and kind of and seems to be Asian.
Go to the other one, the last one that you showed up. The one, that one.
What
That's
the
kind
fuck?
Of,
Can you
does
go to
look-
2003 and 2025? That's my favorite one right there.
Oh, right below that.
Please go to that one.
That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the left is me, and then the right, yeah.
That seems so crazy.
Thinking about
No,
your
it doesn't seem that
but
crazy.
unsure
She looks
where to
like
start?
Sharon, man.
Skip the guesswork with Career Accelerators by Udemy.
She looks like Sharon right now. She lost weight and got a little and got some fucking plastic surgery done. She looks like Sharon.
What did they do to her jaw?
Well, they do all of this stuff now. They break the bones in your face, and then they shave them. But I think that's nice. I think that's nice that people can get a new head or if they want, because many people struggle with the same head their entire life.
That's true.
But if you're a multimillionaire and you're in Hollywood and
Right.
you want another head,
God, that's so crazy. She looks great. I should
she
say.
looks great.
It's not. It's the opposite of what we used to see with
Yeah.
plastic surgery when people got into their 40s, like in the
Yes.
90s.
Getting good.
They'd get the weird giant mouth where it looks like
Yeah.
they're about to eat someone's whole head.
Yeah.
Where their mouth goes all the way up to their
Yeah.
ears because they've been pulling their face back.
They've done a really, really good job at inventing another physical form that you can inhabit.
It's
great.
It's
creepy.
It's never been done before to this extent.
No way.
Because look at the Kardashian lady. What's her name?
Chris.
Yeah.
She
look at
keeps
her.
getting younger.
Bro.
It's sick.
Her new face
is great.
Is bananas.
It's my favorite of her heads.
And we're just talking about this now, knowing that that's the original head that's been altered.
Correct.
When are we going to be talking about completely actually new heads?
Her second head wasn't as good.
No.
No, her third head is the head.
The new head is bananas.
This is my favorite of her heads.
Okay. She's like 80 years old on the
Yes.
left, and on the right, she's 37.
This woman,
even her neck looks great.
They figured it out. They got it right.
Crazy.
Now, here's what happens, though. There's a movie called Death Becomes Her. This was a famous movie.
Look at that picture right there, before and after. One that says before and after. One in the middle of the screen, Jamie.
Yeah.
Right to the right. Middle screen. To the right. To the right. No, that one right there. Click on that one. Yeah. That's nuts.
It's amazing.
That's Kim Kardashian. That's her mom, but that's Kim, right? Like, that's crazy. If you told me that was Kim Kardashian, I was like, oh, I like her with the short hair. She looks beautiful.
There's got to be.
That's nuts.
But here's my question for this. There has to be.
This might have been a bad trade.
Doesn't there have to be a downside
to that?
Yeah, maybe not.
Listen, you're talking to a guy who's had 2 reconstructed knees.
Right.
So surgery's awesome. To me,
I agree with you.
Like, I
I'm
would be a
just
cripple
wondering-
if I lived in the 1800s.
I'm
Oh
wondering
shit! It ran up and then ran down here.
some of this couldn't possibly her face. You know
She
when
looks
those
better.
I agree with you.
She looks better than her daughter.
But those BBLs explode.
Well, that's not a good thing. The
So couldn't
BBLs
her face one day?
No.
Her face. You know
She
when
looks
those.
better.
I agree with you.
She looks better than her daughter.
But those BBLs explode.
Well, that's not a good thing. The
So couldn't
BBLs
her face one day?
No.
Really?
Yeah, because they're just removing tissue and they're tightening it up, and they've probably got some techniques with like
I'm
laser
into it.
resurfacing.
I'm into it.
They with laser resurfacing, I don't know if you've ever seen some of that. It's so scary what they look like right after they do it.
Yeah.
You're basically burning off the upper dermis. You're burning off whatever, how much of a percentage of a millimeter.
Yeah.
And then your whole face becomes a mask that gets removed. It's like the skin gets cooked off, and then you peel it. Like you see them.
Yeah.
It looks like they got torched by a fucking.
Yeah.
Looks like SpaceX. They
Right.
got underneath it.
They got
and
underneath
took it in
it.
the face.
Something I worry a little bit about a society where people keep chasing youth.
Yeah.
My grandfather, my grandmother, old people, wrinkles, wisdom.
I wanted it
You
in
know, my
there.
grandmother was not running around trying to look like her daughter.
Right.
I worry a little bit about, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with cosmetic surgery and people should look as good as they want. I worry a little bit spiritually, slightly, about where this leads.
That's a good worry.
That's all.
No, that's legitimate.
And I'm saying this as someone who likes her new look.
Yes.
I think she looks good, and I would not tell her to not do it.
Right.
I'm just wondering if someone's 90 and they look 30. I'm a little curious. I guess we're just heading towards everlasting life on Earth.
Well, it depends on what your
scares me a
focus
little.
is. So if you're a person that focuses on expanding your consciousness and you're constantly reading and you're absorbing new, and you just want to have more energy and be youthful, that's great. But if the whole thing you're chasing is, I want people to want to fuck me, that gets weird.
Well, not only that, but of course that, but also to me, there's something strange about the denial of death. The denial of that life is finite in a physical form, and the idea that you are going to live forever, to me feels there's got to be some examination of that. Part of this feels like that a little bit.
There's a little bit of that.
Some of these people are trying to live forever, and I'm wondering about that.
Well, they certainly want to stay younger for a lot longer than anybody ever has before. And then you get into the weird realm of a lot of these people.
I don't want to play with that right now.
Want to do something to the body where it becomes immortal. Right?
Right.
I
and
should have
that's
taken it
very
a little bit
interesting to me,
earlier.
and
Transhumanism.
Yeah, and that to me is a little scary. I don't understand. I'm not smart enough to understand it, and I worry about it from many angles.
Well, it gets weird when it's really rich people.
Right.
Right, because when it's really young people, and you want to stay young forever, so you're 23 and you're getting Botox, oh, you poor kid.
Right.
You're just delusional, you don't know what you're doing, you're fucking up. But when you want to stay alive forever and you continue to amass insane amounts of wealth,
right,
that's where it gets weird. Like, you don't want to quit the game. Like, you're in this, having incredible financial influence over the world game.
Yeah.
You're worth $80 billion, $200 billion, and you want to keep that ball rolling.
That to me is a little scary.
Well, it's scary because if the game continues, like, let's look at Bezos, for example.
Yeah.
Right? Like, let's imagine that Amazon continues to expand and grow. Bezos continues to profit off of it. And right now he's like, what is he, like 58 or 59 or something like that?
About that, probably.
Well, what would he be when he's 120? Would he have $30 trillion?
He'd have,
you know what I mean?
A lot more than he does now.
And would that...
And his power would grow.
And if people started encroaching on that power and trying to limit it and trying to, that's where it gets weird. They get defensive, right?
Yeah.
If people want to tax the rich, eat the rich,
Yeah.
they get a little, and they're like, okay, I got to fucking build thicker walls.
Get the bunkers.
I got to do something.
Well, they
And
just
I also have
said-
to create, work with the government to create some laws.
The World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab just said, and I think it was Klaus Schwab, not Larry Fink, the Blackstone guy, or BlackRock, who's now the interim president or whatever.
Thank God.
Thank God. Someone who understands the issues. But Klaus Schwab is basically like, I believe we're heading towards stakeholder capitalism.
Yeah.
Which is people, private individuals, that have it's a public-private partnership where you have guys like Bill Gates, Elon, Bezos, whoever, people at that level that have a large stake in a public-private partnership that's running society.
Yeah.
And I think that scares people a little bit, or it's a curiosity, because you start going, and it's always kind of been the case. I mean, J.P. Morgan bailed the federal government out years ago. Like, these guys have always had a ton of power, but with tech, the level of power in terms of surveillance and data mining and the power over your life has never been as Orwellian as it is now. And it, even with AI and all of these models, it's even going to get more intrusive.
Yeah.
So I think it's not only these great fortunes, but it's their capability to literally be gods, to literally know what you're thinking, what you fear, what you want, your desires, all of these things, having all your data, knowing everything you do, knowing how fast your heart is beating. You know, all these wearable things that you have that are transmitting frequencies to, someplace where all of your health data is being stored. That's what bothers a lot of people. It's what bothers people about this Palantir thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
The Palantir thing is very odd.
A lot of people feel that this is the precursor to a social credit score, a digital kind of police state, and that it's being done under the guise of security, that you will be safer.
Which is what the Patriot Act was brought through.
That's exactly right.
It's always the case. It's always the case. They always sneak it in like, you got to be
What does
safe.
Yeah.
You get the Benjamin Franklin quote.
The people that want security, right? They something about they deserve neither.
Yeah.
They trade liberty for security.
Yeah.
Deserve neither. Yeah, I mean it's true. I just think Peter Thiel's giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist.
Yeah, that seems odd.
Well, here's what's really wild to me: 4 parts. It's not just one. One lecture on the Antichrist would be insane. This guy's doing a series. He's doing a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist, and nobody in his inner orbit went, Peter, how about one lecture on the Antichrist or no lectures? Not 4.
Well, I don't think he understands the optics.
He certainly does not.
Yeah.
It's odd. Yeah.
Tickets sold out.
Well, of course.
Well, it's a private lecture at a club in San Francisco about the Antichrist. What does he know about the Antichrist? Is he like...
I'm guessing a lot.
If you told me there was a movie and there was a guy who played the Antichrist, zoom in on that image of him.
Yeah.
I would say, oh, is that him? Is that the Antichrist?
This is like me doing a 4-part lecture on Long Island racism. Just to show everybody, how much I know about it and how scary it is and how we got to watch out for it. But it's totally not me or anyone I know. It's no one that's ever been in my backyard, but those others. He's just kind of, leaning in, I guess.
Game on. Week 1 starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could hit big. Don't just watch the game when you can win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook brings the unmatched intensity of the NFL straight to your fingertips. Whether you're backing the first touchdown score, hitting anytime TD props, or riding the thrills of live in-game betting, every play is packed with possibility. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, grab over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from your YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus, over $200
Are you working
off
today?
NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings,
What?
the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see
Could have doubled it
dkng.co/audio.
up there.
Well, I just don't understand, why. What I would like. Someone saw it. Someone saw one of the lectures that he did on the Antichrist.
Was it good?
It might have been Duncan. He said it was boring.
It's of course going to be boring.
But I don't understand. What is he doing?
He's trying to prove he's not the Antichrist.
By ratting him out.
By doing it. He's like, if I was the that's probably how the lecture starts. He goes, now if I was the Antichrist, I obviously wouldn't be doing this lecture.
You know what it's like?
Yeah.
It's like those really shitty men
Yeah.
that become male feminists.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
they tweet, believe all women.
Yeah. Well,
and
no,
you're
no,
like,
yes.
hey.
Yeah.
I know you.
Right. Well,
You're a piece of shit.
Didn't O.J. Simpson write a book called If I Did It?
Yeah, I have a copy of it.
So this is Peter Thiel's version of that. His lecture on the Antichrist is If I Did It.
I think
by
my
O.J.
wife threw it out. Honestly.
No.
Yes.
Come on.
She's known to do things like that.
I get it. As a woman, you would see it and go, he doesn't need this.
Well, she thinks it's for because I go, somebody gave it to me for fun. It's signed.
Right.
It was a signed copy.
Amazing.
And sometimes she will throw things like that out if they gather dust for a little too long.
I understand.
I don't lock it in my office.
If I did, it is laying on the kitchen counter.
But I had a copy of it. I didn't even open it.
It's so strange.
Actually, no, I did open it. I opened it a little bit.
Oh, fucking should have got out
It's
there.
so strange to have this. You build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to export to war zones all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors, and then your other pet passion is the Antichrist. It's odd. Wouldn't you include tennis? Wouldn't you go, and I'm big into tennis? Something else. It's odd, and I like ice fishing. I build autonomous drone technology. I build domestic surveillance technology.
And I love lake trout.
And I love lake trout, and I love big mouth bass fishing.
Yeah.
But instead, he goes, and I've also developed quite a keen interest in Satan. And I'd love to talk to everyone about it for 4 fucking things in San Francisco. 4 things in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Seems a bit much.
What's Whitney Webb's take on this?
I bet
Okay.
she's probably Whitney's research is so unbelievable.
Oh, but by the way, I should say,
Yeah.
before I go any further than that,
Yeah.
Whitney Webb has some strange conspiracy that she believes someone's trying to keep her from being on my show.
Interesting.
Yeah, Whitney, I'll have you on the show. I just haven't reached out because I have thousands of people to go through. That's
He's
all it
busy.
is. I would definitely do it, though.
We've had Whitney on a bunch.
The idea that I wouldn't do it is incorrect, and I
She's
apologize.
enormously
autistic.
Well, there's a lot of this. She talks like this a lot, and she's just the pentameter of her voice is very like this, and she goes.
She knows a lot.
She knows a lot about things. She goes. Jeffrey Epstein on the 3rd day in January 1996. He met with this guy. You know, like, but she
With no
is-
notes. No notes. She's off the
She just
top of her head.
goes.
Yeah.
But she's really enormously amazing at research. She's an amazing researcher. She has compiled the data.
Yeah.
Oh,
she
yeah, we're
definitely
going up.
has. And how they kill all those people in Germany? Nobody's whacked her yet.
She's somewhere in South America, I think.
Good move.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But, I mean, how much resources does she have to protect herself down
One of
there?
the reasons I think people like her end up being safe is she writes these very big, very studious books that no one in America reads.
That's it. Where no one, it's not a threat.
It's not a
because
threat.
it doesn't go mainstream.
It's not a threat. Now, these big Hollywood types that go, I'm going to blow the whistle on whatever the hell's going on. They go, bye-bye. You know what I mean? Or a mainstream journalist who's like, I'm going to write an article about something and, you know, it's going to lead to a congressional investigation.
Yeah.
They go, bye-bye.
Yeah. It's when you actually create problems, not when you're just a part of the right-wing conspiracy ecosphere.
Yeah, because it can just dismiss you as a crank, and then you've written volumes of this book, and no one cares. Like, and by the way, I'm not saying it's not a great book. I'm saying it's not moving the needle for them. If you have a hard drive with something on it, USB, if somebody gives you, you know, if you have something that could put them in jail,
Yeah.
you're dead.
So how is Anthony Weiner still alive?
Anthony Weiner's still alive because I
He's
believe
Israeli.
there's 2 possibilities. Number
That's
one, there's
why.
a dead man switch somewhere, meaning that there's something somewhere.
You know the story about his laptop with the cops that saw it?
And supposedly they're all dead? Yeah.
A bunch of them.
Crazy.
Yeah, how many cops are dead? Google that. But the other thing is that they said what they saw was so horrific.
Then yeah.
And like some of them took their own lives.
Well, that's crazy. That whenever there's so many suicides, I start to get a little. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, what happened here?
Also, did you ever see him on Patrick Bet-David when he starts bringing up the Clinton body count?
Yeah, and
he gets like super defensive.
Well, it's very obvious that
A Grok conversation came up with an answer here.
So is it not true?
I don't know.
Okay.
Brock's
A
been
claim
compromised.
that 9 of the 12 NYPD officers who viewed Anthony Weiner's laptop subsequently died by suicide has been widely circulated, but it lacks substantiation with concrete evidence linking these officers directly to Weiner's laptop. Here's the details based on available information. Joseph Calabresi, by the way, that guy's on the take.
Right. Right. No, of
Hey,
course.
Joseph wants a
Hey.
taste. Joseph Calabresi, he sounds like a great chef. NYPD detective allegedly involved in Anthony Weiner investigation was found dead from an apartment self-inflicted gunshot wound, which unfortunately a lot of cops have taken their own lives. There are a lot of PTSD. It's a fucking horrible job. However, there's no direct evidence linking him to viewing the laptop's contents. Okay. Stephen Silks, deputy chief of NYPD, reportedly involved in the laptop investigation, was found dead in apparent suicide. Like Calabresi, no evidence confirms his involvement. Doesn't mean he wasn't involved. Viewing the specific incriminating files on Weiner's laptop. Other officers. Various reports mention a total of 9 NYPD officers who committed suicide in 2019, but no official sources or credible reports explicitly connect these suicides to viewing Weiner's laptop. How could they?
This is one of those non-denial denials. You would have to know somebody in the police force. By the way,
but it also could be bullshit.
It could absolutely be bullshit. But I have zero problem believing that Anthony Weiner had a laptop with some very bad things on it.
Well, for sure, he was involved. Look, they were grooming that guy to be some huge politician.
Absolutely.
And then somehow or another, he's sending his dick pictures to young people.
There's definitely, and it's been exposed, I think, by the Epstein thing. There's an entire ecosystem of depravity amongst the ruling elites that people go to great lengths to cover up. This is obvious. So,
and always has.
And always has, forever and ever and ever. And it would be absolutely plausible to me that people have died to cover this stuff up, as Jean-Luc Brunel, Jeffrey Epstein, many others.
Yeah.
Maybe Virginia Giuffre, I don't know. But there's tons of questionable deaths linked to the Epstein thing. And, by the way, linked to things like the Franklin scandal that happened many years ago. All of the Gary Caradori was an investigator who supposedly had proof of politicians abusing children. Plane goes down with this kid.
Whitewater.
Yeah. suspicious deaths.
Vince Foster.
Very suspicious death.
I read that book, The Strange Death of Vince Foster.
Very odd.
In the 90s or whenever it was that I got a copy of that.
Well,
I was
the
like,
Clintons,
this is bananas.
He was the governor of Arkansas when they were running drugs out of Mena, Arkansas to fund the Contras.
Barry Seals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton was the governor of that state. Bill Clinton reads a book called, it's a famous book by Carol Quigley, I believe called Tragedy and Hope, and it's a history of the 20th century or something. It's this compendium. It's Bill Clinton's favorite author. He reads this book, and he's, attends the, Bohemian Grove. He's selected by very wealthy, powerful people to then become a party elder and a leader. And many people believe, myself, is that in order to be selected by that group of people to run for the highest office in the land, they have something on you. You're to some degree compromised. You've shown willingness to play the game. You've looked the other way, at the very least. Maybe you've engaged, but at the very least, if somebody goes, something's going on in Mena, Arkansas, you go, don't have time for it, and you've shown the willingness to play the game.
Yes.
And so he's the governor of a very small state. That isn't Arkansas is a beautiful state, and there's whatever. But he's not, he's not like running a huge state. He's not, a well-known politician. He's a very charismatic, very great speaker, great politician, but from a very small state. He's then elevated very quickly to the standard bearer of the Democratic Party after tons of allegations about inappropriate behavior with women, credible allegations of rape from Juanita Broderick, being the governor during that whole Mena, Arkansas thing. It's well known that there are skeletons in the closet.
It's a good guy that's going to play the game for you.
Yeah, and he knows, and he's going to play the game. And his wife is going to play the game.
But doesn't it go all the way back to college? Like, think about, Skull and Bones and all these different things. Like, if you want to be a part of these clubs and little secret societies and organizations, you got to do some weird shit. You got to suck someone's dick. You got to, they got to put a wine bottle up your ass and take a picture of it. There's got to be something
There's got to be some, I think back then there was a ton of that, and I think now there's probably still a lot of that, but I think also now what they do with people, in addition to those things, is they just have the ability with technology to know kind of what you're doing.
Now it's off the charts.
Now it's off the charts. Now it's like, now they've got you dead to rights on a lot of shit.
Yeah, if you're doing something fucked up, they know.
They know.
Sure.
They know.
Yeah, and then they're holding on to those cards.
Because back then, you're right. It was almost quaint back then. They were like, come to the tomb, show everybody your dick or whatever, jerk off in the coffin,
pee in your mouth.
Let Bob pee in your mouth. Now it's gotten to the point where they have you and know what you're doing. You're on the grid, and you've been on the grid for your whole life, by the way.
Yeah.
Now kids growing up, young people growing up, have been on the grid their entire life.
The whole life. Everything is out there.
Now people are going, please, Bob, pee in my mouth. Like, just let me have that one night. I'm now surveilled no matter what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing that a lot of people talk about. D.C. is this hotbed of, like, everyone in Congress and a lot of people, in the Senate, Congress, White House, whatever. They're all mixed up in these weird shenanigans.
Look at this. They removed this.
Marjorie Taylor
We're having her on
They
scene. Yeah, it's coming out.
They just moved this.
She talks about that a lot.
Yeah.
They're removing this.
Do you remember the D.C. Madam case?
They got rid of her. Deborah Jean Palfrey.
What happened to her?
Dead.
How inconvenient.
So sad. Unfortunate.
Super unfortunate that a lady who was bringing prostitutes to all these powerful people wound up dying after she said that she was going to reveal who was on the list.
But that, again, is now think about that, and Epstein is that times 100, because now it's international.
Yeah.
Now you have leaders of all, like, we've got our congressmen, senators.
Well, you went from millionaires to billionaires.
Millionaires to billionaires.
That's the difference.
That's right.
The congressmen, I mean, even Nancy Pelosi, that pauper.
Yeah.
What, she's worth a paltry $400 million?
She's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, she's nothing. She's just an ordinary crook.
Yeah.
And respect to her and her husband for all his returns, 54% or whatever.
More.
Killing it.
Pretty amazing.
Killing it.
I mean, that's why.
Why marry that old witch if you can't get your beak wet?
Because she's got some big yabos.
But you know what I mean? She does have big yabos. But she's another. Why don't they give her a head? She's got that money.
She needs a new head.
Get a head.
Well, I think she doesn't want to do it now because she doesn't want people to not recognize her.
That's true.
Because if you're Kris Kardashian,
yeah,
and you're wandering around
I
now,
would not know her if I saw her in Beverly Hills.
Right.
I would not know who that is.
Kelly Osbourne, who's that?
Who knows?
That's not the lady from that show that I used to watch when I was a kid.
No, it's completely a different person.
Yeah, she's hot now.
Is there a possibility there's a Jeffrey Epstein walking around that we don't know who it is?
Is it possible that Jeffrey Epstein didn't die in his cell? That's all
I was
horseshit.
told by someone who, and this is probably ridiculous, but they said there is a possibility that Epstein is, Les Wexner's got that big house in Ohio.
He's there?
Somebody said it's a possibility, a tiny one, that he's living at Les Wexner's house in Ohio.
If that was true, there would be like,
No,
there
I'm
would
not
be a
sick.
service that delivers masseuses.
Of
to that
course,
house.
yeah.
There's no way that guy's stopping.
They'll
doing
shut their
creepy
mouth.
shit.
Here's the other thing. They'll shut their mouth. Because it's very easy. There's obviously the abuse is horrific, but I guarantee there are people that would still shut their mouth.
Yes.
You could find them.
Yeah, I'm
You
sure.
could find them.
Well, I think that's the whole idea behind this, and this is what Eric Weinstein said to me.
Yeah.
He said, "I believe that there are people that curate experiences for people that are very high profile and very wealthy."
That's right, which what I'll be doing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and Abu Dhabi the night before. Get your tickets
You're
now,
doing
Tim
Abu
Dillon.
Dhabi the night before?
The night before to warm up. October.
Whoa.
I'll be in October. Abu Dhabi, October 6th, and then Riyadh, October 8th, and October 7th, the day of rest and remembrance.
Wow.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
You bring in security or what?
Tel Aviv, pay me. Supposedly MBS is a fan of mine. I don't know if that's true, but Sam Morrill told me, and Sam Morrill's not a liar.
Well, why
His
wouldn't you
agent
be a
told
fan?
him.
You're talking shit about all the people he hates.
Well, I have fun. I think MBS has fun. I have a fun life. I don't apologize. I think we have a good time on this planet. We're here we don't hurt other people. We don't do anything wrong. I don't know what he's doing. Perhaps he's hurt others. I wasn't in the room. And I think that, I believe in luxury as a concept. They want the Middle East to be a little more progressive. They want it to be luxurious.
Women can drive now.
Women are driving. Listen, if we don't want the gays going off the roof. Obviously, I don't want to be thrown off a roof, but do we need them with the purple hair and the 15 genders? No, let's stop somewhere in the middle. Maybe we stop somewhere in the middle.
So maybe he's just like an agent of change.
That's what I'm going with. He's perhaps an agent of change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See.
I don't think listen, there were comics who went to perform in Israel that got stuck there because of the Iran-Israel war, and they had to get out.
Yeah.
I didn't go, how dare you perform there? You know? You went to Israel to perform. Okay.
Well, in Israel right now, where they went to perform, Tel Aviv, there's massive protests on the street about what's happening in Gaza. In Israel.
Yes. That's right.
People
are sick of it. They've had enough of it.
500,000 people in Tel Aviv.
Yes.
On the streets.
Yeah. I mean, they want Netanyahu. I think a lot of people have started to, they're seeing the grift here. Netanyahu is he wants this war to go on for decades.
Well, he's been running that country for how long now?
He's been running it a long time. They haven't had elections in a while. He's got this war, this crisis government or whatever they've compiled. I think it's time to, a lot of people are going, enough is enough.
Well, thank God the Nelk boys got to the bottom of everything.
They got to the bottom of it, and, it was a brilliant, I didn't know how he felt about Burger King. I never knew. And now I do. Well, listen, we have these shows. Everybody has a platform. Everybody wants to be on these shows, and everybody has a line of bullshit. We know it. It's the way it is.
Yes.
It's the way it is. It's unavoidable. You can't avoid it. People get mad. You talk to who? Yeah. It's what it is. You're listening to the thing. Maybe I do a great job. Maybe I do an okay job. Maybe I do a bad job. I don't know. but you're the person listening. You can choose to like it, dislike it. You can say that guy's full of shit. You can say I agree with him there, but I don't agree with him there. You could say I distrust this person. You could say he makes my spidey senses go off. Those are all available. You can have any of those thoughts.
And you could also have the thought that you shouldn't be talking to that person.
You can also have the thought that you shouldn't be talking to that person.
When people have that thought with me,
that's fair.
or that I don't push back hard enough, or you're allowed to think all those things. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinions on all this shit.
Everyone's allowed.
But, we're living in the wildest fucking time.
This is the wildest time probably that I can remember. I'm sure there's other wilder times.
Well, I think this is globally the wildest time ever because there's never been a connection like this with everybody and everything.
A guy who's perpetuating an ethnic cleansing, going on the podcast of prank video influencers to discuss Burger King is one of the craziest things I've seen in my life.
Yeah.
That's
It's also, wasn't there like pre-prepared questions that they had to stick to?
Number one, there were pre-prepared questions. Number two, Burger King does suck. Number three,
I liked them when I was a kid.
They fell off. Wendy's fell off. It was all great.
Wendy's fell off since when?
Wendy's has fallen off so hard. In the 90s, it was one of the best restaurants in the country.
But don't they still use fresh, not frozen? Or is that bullshit now?
Everybody's full of shit. I don't know. It's not good. It's not the same.
I always thought they were the best.
They were the best. In the 90s and the early 2000s, they were the best.
When I was coming home from the comedy store, if I was a naughty boy, I wanted to get some food, and I was like, I gotta get something.
Yeah.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah.
That was the move. If there was a Wendy's and a McDonald's, there's no question. I'm going to Wendy's.
I think when you start with the pre-programmed questions, and it becomes... It's not an interview. It becomes... Because we all know there's interviews. There's good ones, there's bad ones, there's things you wish you asked. You go, oh, I should have blah, blah, blah.
It's a bit of a circus.
It's a circus.
Yeah. By the way...
And it's a staged publicity op.
I would have done pre-programmed questions with Kamala. If they had questions, I don't have a problem with those. As long as you give me the... So she's willing to...
I'll send you the questions.
So these are the questions. As long as it's pertinent, these are the questions?
Yeah. You could have given her 30 pre-programmed questions and 2 months to prepare, and it would have been a mess.
That's my thought.
It would have been a train wreck either way.
It would have been a lot of fun.
This kid from Subway Takes or whatever in New York City, this guy who does these Subway interviews, just said we didn't put out the Kamala Harris one. It was so bad.
Yeah, I heard about
literally
that.
just come out and said, we didn't want to tank her chances. It was terrible. She had this weird answer that made no sense, and we didn't put it out.
Who is that guy?
It's some guy. I don't know. Some guy on the seat does a Subway thing. Maybe I'm not saying the right. Maybe it's not Subway Takes. I think it is. I think I'm right.
Here it is. Creator of Subway Takes 100% disagrees. The entertainer Kareem Rama discusses Kamala Harris's missed opportunity on his show, meeting Andrew Cuomo, and why disagreement is more fun. What does that mean? TikTok version of The Tonight Show, wholesome, relatable comedy, even if some episodes acknowledge the existence of opioids and dick pics. The premise is exactly what it sounds like. The host, Kareem Rama, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, Rama, sits in a New York subway and asks, so what's your take? The guest slings a take. The internet rocks, for example. This is dumb.
We're not going to get to the answer. It's blocked off.
Well, so the whole thing is she went on the show. He asked her something. She said something wild. Her team and him decided this is not good.
Wasn't it like bacon is a spice? Wasn't that one of them?
She's a psychopath.
A fresh proof that America dodged a Kamala bullet besides her kid gloves treatment. Oh, they released some of it.
Oh.
Okay, let's click on that.
I think it's him talking about it. I don't think they've ever released it.
Well, let me hear that. Let me hear him say that.
Her take was really confusing and weird and not good. And so, mutually agreed that we shouldn't publish it.
Kamala Harris.
What?
Yeah. Odd.
Confusing and weird. Do you think she's medicated?
I think she throws him back.
But is it just that?
No,
because
she's got a couple of pills.
There's an anti-anxiety element.
No, she's got a couple of Xanny bars down the old gullet.
Okay, so it is. She reportedly said she'd talk about how she doesn't like to take her shoes off on airplanes. Okay, but Rama said that she instead pivoted to a really, really bad take that made no sense. Bacon is a spice.
That's one of the more coherent things I've heard her say. by the way.
Okay.
It's actually better than most of her.
Whether that was actually her idea or the advice of overpaid consultants, this is another thing. That campaign.
They are not moving.
It had the elements, all the elements. If I was an investigator, that campaign had all the elements of money laundering.
Right.
You blew $1.5 billion over the course of a few months. And so much of it
this is not
went
okay.
to NGOs.
Of course.
Right? So much of it went to these weird nonprofits that were supposedly going to help your campaign.
Yeah.
And, well, who's at those NGOs? This is like the LA Fire Fund.
That's right.
It's like, okay, you gave the money to 188 different nonprofits.
Right.
That all have overhead. And, like, what about the people that lost the house?
Right.
Isn't there, like, one guy who could just start cutting checks?
Right.
You've got $800 million, whatever you got.
You're paying the salaries of people that work at an organization.
Which is kind of a money laundering operation.
Absolutely.
Especially when you find out that some of these people make upwards of $1 million a year.
Well, what they're going to do with this LA Fires land is still up in the air, but they had proposed zoning the Palisades for low-income housing, and people threw a big fit. And I think that they have backed off on that. I'm unsure, but I think Newsom is backing off on that because he is now positioning himself to be the Democratic presidential nominee. He's always been, but now he's really doing it. And to his credit, he's having success, like in this moment.
Well, you know, some of the success that they're hanging their hat on is his social media campaign where he talks like Trump. So he's got a bunch of people from his organization that tweet for him.
Yes.
And they tweet like Trump, and they're saying this has elevated him in the public's eye.
Yes.
That's fucking terrifying.
It's terrifying. He's starting to learn the internet sensibility, which is heavily trolling does very well. All this stuff. What he has is a terrible record in California, and he's done terrible things to people's real lives.
Yeah.
But he's succeeding on the internet. So
that's enough.
That's enough.
That's the thing.
But that's truly enough. You don't have to be perfect. He's having fun on the internet.
Move it down.
And the state is burned.
They're pushing down now.
And people forget, because that was a few months ago. And people have short memories. They go, that tweet was fun. He did a post on X that was fun. And it doesn't matter that they let all the criminals out in California and burn everyone's house. You know?
Yeah. It's, that's how bad the Democratic Party is right now.
And he's not even the worst of them. He's bad. But the people go so much
New
further
hour.
than him.
New hour, it's going way
The
down.
problem with Gavin Newsom is that he's kind of an empty suit who is in the wind will go whichever way.
Yeah.
So in a time like 2020, when everybody is incredibly like in the grips of mania, and they're like, rioting's good, rioting's protesting.
Yeah. Defund the police.
Defund the police. Let's get rid of cops. Gavin Newsom puts out a bunch of crazy social media posts about like the importance of resistance and all this crap, and throws his own police force under the bus.
Yeah.
It's insane. But then when the pendulum swings back the other way, Gavin Newsom now becomes a sensible conservative that wants to, or a sensible Democrat that wants to reach out to conservatives. And, he's like the hollow man.
Yeah.
He just wants to win. And that might be enough.
It might be enough. Well, there's not a lot of other options.
No.
This is the thing. Like we are now entering into 2026. Okay. So we only have 4 years from 2024 to 2028. It's really only 2 years, because everybody has to get accustomed to these people.
Yeah.
They have to be in the public eye. It's not when someone's going to run for president within the last 6 months and they're going to win.
Right.
You need someone who's out there for minimum of 24 months.
Yes.
So who else? We're in 2026, right? So we have 2 years left.
Trump,
so who?
Yeah, it's him.
It's going down. We're
It
going.
has to be.
Now, on the right, there's going to be a power struggle, and either Trump will live through his term, let's hope he does, but he's 80, so you never know. But he's healthy enough right now.
Allegedly healthy enough.
Allegedly healthy enough. If he lives through his term and he knights somebody, whether it's JD or whoever, that will be the person. There is a world in which he doesn't knight anyone. And there is a real power struggle between different factions of that party.
Well, what are the factions? So you have JD.
You have JD,
the vice president, who's the obvious.
The obvious.
And then the problem with Ron DeSantis is he wore stilts.
Ron DeSantis has a cop energy. He has a guy that pulled you over energy, and you go, was it really 85? He's a prick. No one likes him. He offends everyone. I know a friend who's in finance. A bunch of hedge fund guys went down to Florida. This was in like the throes of the campaign. He ended up insulting all of them. He's dismissive of people. He doesn't have one. The question is, Vance, who's smart, does Vance have it? There's doubts, real doubts, that if he has it or not. I like him as a guy. There's doubts. I'm not saying he doesn't have it.
What are the doubts?
That he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the charisma. He's stiff as a board. He's a klutz. He dropped a trophy. He's not articulate enough. He doesn't have it.
Still young.
Sure, but I'm saying these are the doubts. He's young. He doesn't have the gravitas.
Right.
The wife's maybe not super into it. I don't know.
Right.
These are the doubts.
Right.
These are the doubts you got to overcome if you want to win.
All right. If not him, who else is it?
MTG.
For real?
For realsies. Heard it here first. Get on the train now.
You're serious?
Get on the train now. I might be involved. Get on the train now. Buy the stock now. Buy the crypto now. Buy the Ethereum now. We're launching a coin soon.
The coin is crazy.
Step 1 is the coin. Step 2 is the announcement.
Yeah.
Step 3 is the campaign. Step 4 is her running the country, which I don't think is super important. But the first 3 are important. Coin launch, hugely important.
You got to get in the first couple of days and
MTG
then
has
get
come
out
out.
in the first couple of days.
MTG, whether it's her or not, she's surprisingly weirdly capable. She's kind of a tough bitch. She ran a construction company, all this stuff. She's going to be able to go out there and say, America first, not Israel first. And Vance might wear. There's not enough daylight between him and Trump on Israel. MTG's going to take advantage of that. That's my guess. Get on the train. Wow. But maybe I'm wrong. But am I?
Has she voiced any?
She hasn't voiced it yet. But let's be honest. She's positioning herself. You can see it. She's positioning herself to run for president of the United States.
What is the wackiest shit that she's ever said?
I don't know. Something about the Jews and the weather, but let's be honest. Who knows what they're doing? These hurricanes come and go? What's going on?
MTG threatens to say every damn name on the House floor over Jeffrey Epstein clients 2 hours
This is
ago.
fun. Part of being the president now is spectacle. She gets it. She sees Trump. She goes, he put on a goddamn show. She's putting on a fucking show and a half.
Also, if you're a woman, there's an advantage that you have in that you are not fucking underage people.
No, and she's single.
Right.
She's single woman. She's not, meaning that she doesn't have a husband who works for BlackRock.
Right.
You know what I mean?
She's a Lenny Kravitz song.
Now, why is AOC shutting her mouth about Israel? Because AOC's donors are big Israeli tech people. She's been silenced, and she's trying to run for president, too.
Really?
Yeah.
She'll struggle.
She's not going to win. She's a goofball. She'll be making mojitos. She's a goofball. She doesn't have it. She's a goof. But here's the reality. She's shutting her mouth about Israel. Is AOC out there about Israel? No. No, because she's a fraud. But the smelly, gross anarcho-communists in Brooklyn, to their credit, know she's a fraud. They know she's a fraud. In between their, whatever, open mic nights and whatever, they figured out poetry slams and dog walking. They figured out that this bitch is a fraud. Big time.
Yeah, I don't think she was when she first started.
She wasn't, but she's realized she's ambitious.
She likes nice bags.
She likes nice bags.
That's what it is.
She's ambitious. She wants to be the president.
You realize that job can get you hundreds of millions of dollars. Look what happened.
Can you get up who her donors are, Jimmy? These Israeli tech people. It's kind of interesting because this actually just kind of came out. You know, this is coming out more and more. MTG is one of these people that now she said some wild stuff. She wasn't media trained. Okay, she came out. She made some unfortunate statements about Jewish people and the weather, perhaps. You know?
Did she do? I want to know.
She said something about Jewish space lasers. But Joe, why do the hurricanes always hit the west coast of Florida? That's where all they never hit the east coast. They don't hit Boca.
The water is warmer or something.
So say you. The point is, whatever. The laser.
The hurricanes never hit the East Coast. Is that true?
Yes, they hit the West Coast, which is where all the Christians live from the Midwest and Canada. All the Jewish people on the East Coast don't get hurricanes. They get a little bit of flooding. And when Marjorie wins, we're going to get to the bottom of it.
So if you want to buy property, you buy it on the East Coast of Florida?
That's what they're saying.
Is that like Mar-a-Lago? Is that the East Coast?
Correct. Ding, ding.
Really? Okay, what does she say? Marjorie Taylor Greene has offered an amendment to the Israel funding bill to create space lasers. This is not a parody. MTG literally wants to appropriate money for a Jewish space laser. But what does that mean? She wants to fund space lasers?
I thought she was against it, but now maybe she's for them.
In 2018. It was back then. It was different times.
It's different times.
She wanted the space laser.
She was asking
2024, it says it.
Now she wants the laser. Because
look at her face.
Why should they? Right.
Oh,
why
Joy Reid's talking about
why
it.
should they have space lasers? We should all have them.
Joy Reid probably believes space lasers are racist.
That's right.
A 2018 post she made theorizing, in quotes, that Jewish space lasers started wildfires in California. Now she's saying the United States deserves this type of defense for our southern border. Okay, I don't think Jewish space lasers did that, but there was a real concern with the wildfires of Ontario.
Yes.
That so many of them started simultaneously over a large distance that it is almost impossible that this was not some sort of a concerted effort to start this fire. And then there was the question, were they experimenting with some sort of space or satellite-based energy weapon?
Well,
I don't even know if it got away
floods,
with it because it's conveniently in the middle of the woods.
What about these floods in Texas with the cloud seeding?
Yeah.
This is a problem.
Well, they were cloud seeding just a few days before that.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Well, that's also the problem that happened in Abu Dhabi, or no, Dubai.
That's right.
In Dubai, where they openly admit that
They're
this
manipulating
is a
the weather.
Yes.
All these people are manipulating the weather.
Where you going in Abu Dhabi? They do it once a week. Hopefully, you'll get there on a rainy day.
Well, we'll see.
They do it every week.
They manipulate the weather every week?
Every week.
Well, good.
Well, it's how you keep everything green, Tim.
Listen, my concern is like my own country, and any country that wants to offer me a large sum of money to go and perform, I will do it.
Coming soon to the Congo.
Yeah, I will absolutely do South Sudan, Darfur, Angola, all of it. I'll absolutely do South Sudan. Tim Dillon live in South Sudan. Absolutely will do it.
Yo.
Wouldn't you go to Saudi Arabia?
I'm busy.
Yeah, but
stay here.
You're
Got a
doing.
lot to do.
You're also doing well enough.
2 Israeli startup entrepreneurs played roles in the rise of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She pulled out of an event commemorating Rabin. Some concluded that AOC doesn't like Israelis, but 2 were instrumental in the lawmaker's early career. That's where it gets weird. They find you when you're young.
They find you when you're making mojitos.
They find you when you're young and promising, like JD.
Well, that's the thing. JD's going to have to, if he wants to be the president, he's going to have to say, Peter Thiel, I'm
is
not.
the Antichrist.
He's going to have to say, Peter Thiel is Satan, and here's why that's good. JD has to get out there and go, wouldn't you rather know who Satan is and be friends with him and have dinner with him than have it be like, who's Satan?
Right.
So he's got to get out there and say, I happen to be friends with Satan. And I want that to be
misunderstood.
I want it to be destigmatized.
Right. If Satan could go on the Nelk Boys, maybe they could straighten it out.
That's right. Peter Thiel on the Nelk Boys, when they go, what do you think about fast food? And he goes, I take one pill every day to survive. And it gives me all of my nutrients.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Peter Thiel eats food like a person. I think it's like he has some type of,
What?
you know.
What do you think?
I think a lot of these tech people, like, they don't like food. They're not food people, a lot of these tech people. I went to a few of these tech things in Austin. It's not, the food's never the thing. They're not like food people. They're not like, ooh, let me eat food. Like wasps are not either. Like real old school, like waspy.
Didn't you get invited to have lunch or something, or dinner with Peter?
Yes, I said no.
Did you?
I said no. I'm a little wary of that circle of people. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying there's anything inherently evil about them, because obviously there's people in there. I don't know that I want to go to a dinner with someone who's going to talk endlessly about the Antichrist.
But yet you'll go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, of course.
And perform.
Of course.
I've been to Peter's house twice.
Yeah.
I went once with dinner with Eric Weinstein. I forget who else. And then the second time he brought me in because they were going to have lunch with Eric Von Daniken.
Oh, the guy, the Chariots of the Gods.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah. I'm in. And I know so much about that. So I was asking him all these questions.
I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Like Peter,
Yeah.
people
He is
that
a nice
know
guy.
him
I've
go,
had
he's
him
a
on the
nice guy.
podcast.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I get invited
Yes,
to a lot of
sir,
dinners
yeah.
and a lot of things. And what I try to do is I try to say to myself, I need to be able to
Okay,
criticize
that would
people
be the
and
end
make
of
fun
my
them.
trading
Right.
today,
So
but I'm not
it
trading
felt like really
for
weird to go to
real,
this guy's house and make shit on him
so
the next day.
yeah.
Do you think that's part of the strategy of inviting you to go to places?
Yes.
Yeah. I
Most
think so,
likely.
too.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't work because I can't shut my mouth. I can't shut my mouth. So, I mean, I've said things, people in my own family get mad at me because I can't shut my mouth.
Yeah.
So it's certainly not going to work. If you're a billionaire invites me somewhere, it's not going to work. So then you're probably going to have to kill me, and I'd rather you not.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I see what you're saying. Well, you can't get too close.
I don't want to get super close, only
Yeah.
because, like, to me, it's like I like my show because I can talk shit and say things, and I just can't. I don't want to censor myself, and I don't know how to censor myself, and I wouldn't be fun or good at what I do if I censored myself. And I think that, like, you know, a lot of people out there in the world are under the impression that everyone has an agenda, and that's completely understandable. And I think what they try to do is sometimes launder that agenda through some cultural space, however they want to do it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's happened forever. It's not new. It's not unique because there's an internet. 1,000%. There's people that want the world to look a certain way, but they don't come out and tell you exactly how they want it to look.
Right.
They figure out a way to kind of like, let's filter this. So I'm trying to, when I look at that and I go, because I think it was a very nice dinner. And I think what he wants, like, I'm sure it was like a lovely, like he goes, I want to talk about the media. And you're like a comedian, but you're in the media, and like, you know, he has a bunch of people to his house. There's probably smart people that go.
Yeah, he likes to have
And they
these
talk about the media.
big thought, like
Right.
think tank conversations.
Yeah, and I just felt like that didn't appeal to me.
Well, that's why he had Von Daniken over
Yeah.
for lunch, right? So it's
Right.
not all evil. It's like, what is
No.
this about?
The thing is, it's a lot, you know, when people, what would really shock people in America is how much a lot of the super elites are not, it's not like it's all an, and I'm sure some of it is, some club they're all in, but it's not like they're all lizards or it's an ancient blood cult.
Right.
A lot of it is like they will feed you and your family into a mulcher so they can live 2 blocks closer to the beach. It's just that things have always been good and they want them to stay good.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody told me once, it's the highest levels of society perpetuating themselves and just staying at the top of the food chain.
Right.
And 90% of them have no idea what's going on, and they're just rich, and they just woke up rich, and things are good, and they could ski in Aspen, or they could go to the wherever, Hamptons or Beverly Hills or whatever, or here, the beautiful areas here. And then 10% of those people are earning the money. They're the scions of the dynasties, or they're the CEOs, or they're the hedge fund managers, or the private equity people. And then 1 or 2% of those people are truly nefarious. Those are the people who are fun. And I mean, you know, those are the people who are, you know, those are the guys who are in that whatever that smoke-filled room is.
Well, the also thing, to get to the top of that kind of a business, you have to be a bit of a sociopath.
For sure.
Right. And you have to be kind
100%.
of calculated. This is where it's fascinating, like what Bill Gates has done in his career, where he's pivoted to become this guy who's like really concentrated on global health.
Right.
You know, and philanthropy.
Yes.
All of his time is now spent on philanthropy.
Yes. Well, it's a great way to launder money. That's huge. It's a great way to launder money.
It's also a great way to launder your image.
Great way to launder your image.
Well, I remember him in the 90s where everybody was mad at him. He was the antitrust guy. He was constantly in court about that.
Well, that's why he went to Epstein's Island, because he was doing an ecological survey of the area. He was studying beach erosion. Guys out of the bottle, you got 5 or 10 years before the world's wild. Build your bunkers, steal the money.
What the fuck happened?
Take whatever you can, get it off the government balance sheet, however you're going to do it, because let Detroit go. Who gives a fuck? Don't give them health care. Doesn't matter. Don't fix the infrastructure. Don't fix the schools. From when AI's out of the box, you have 5, 7, 10 years, probably closer to 10, 15 years before shit gets really fucking weird. So get your money now, and it's going to get...
What do you think get really weird looks like?
You know, just massive unemployment, civil unrest, you know, autonomous police forces, AI running large sectors of the government, just weird shit. And then that to me is probably one of the reasons that, and I'm not saying it was one big meeting, but I think they know, and now maybe it's a folly. Like people like Annie Jacobson go, the nukes start flying, everyone's dead, we don't care how many bunkers they have, whatever. Who knows? Maybe it is a folly. That being said, we've got underground cities all over the country. The government's, you know, prepared, obviously, and has been for a while. All of these private citizens are now worth in the hundreds of billions. Some of them, a lot of them are billionaires. They're trying to hedge their bets in whatever way they can. Teals famously has this thing in New Zealand, or wants to be in New Zealand if things go haywire.
That's where everybody wants to go, right?
They all want to go to New Zealand.
Why New Zealand?
It's beautiful. It's an island. It's
but
gorgeous.
is there like some sort of a theory of how that survives? Some sort of apocalyptic?
I don't know.
Small population, rich natural resources.
All of that.
A lot of food.
All of that. And I think that, like, so I mean, it feels like they're preparing for something. It doesn't feel paranoid to suggest that they know it's going to get very weird. I mean, there's people falling in love with chatbots.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to get odd.
Well, then it's chatbots talking you into killing yourself.
That's also
teaching
happening.
You how to make a better news.
That's what's happening. So, you know, I mean, I think there's, here's a real question, an interesting question. Are the elites in our country, and I mean, you know, not just rich people, I mean, people that own companies, that control large sectors of the economy, are they believing that 2050 is going to be, will we still have the United States of America? That's a real interesting question, because all of these tech people talk like we won't.
Really?
Yeah.
Like so? What do they say?
Well, basically, they've talked about the need to, you know, one of the biggest startups during the pandemic was, you know, and Thiel was an investor in this, was let's go buy a plot of land somewhere in the world and run a country on crypto and make it like a libertarian paradise. It was called Praxis. And they did this. This was a big startup, but it got, you know, a good amount of funding because...
Where'd they want to go?
They were talking about like Madagascar, I think. They were talking about other places. But you're looking...
I'm not aware of this.
Oh, it was a real thing. I mean, it was...
Did you hear about this?
Yeah.
Jamie?
Yeah, it was real. You look it up. I mean, it's there.
So they were talking about using crypto and funding a new country?
Yeah, they I don't think the tech people want... I mean, and I met these kids. They were nice kids, but...
Praxis states that it has 2,034 citizens, 124 companies. The companies founded by Praxis members have an aggregate valuation of $452 billion. Although, which is good for the economy for about 6 weeks.
Right.
Although original Praxis plans include development in the Mediterranean, the company has explored Greenland as a site.
The tech people don't, I think, I think they see the future of America as more feudalism than a representative democracy.
Look at this. Reclaim the West.
Yeah.
The world's first digital nation. What?
Yeah. It's a real thing.
So now it says 922 billion value of Praxis-founded companies. Now there's 103,000 Praxians. Look at this bizarre
this is what the
construction
architecture
on
is
the
going to look
side
like.
of a fucking cliff, so that when it all goes south, you could just leap to your death at any moment.
But it's aesthetically pleasing.
Or they could just chuck you off when your tweets don't align with their company's objectives.
But this is one example of something that I think it's a little bit of the quiet part out loud, where I think a lot of the tech people have given up on the idea of America as a nation state. Not all of them.
What
but
is
some of
this? Atlas, California proposes Atlas, California, a defense-focused spaceport city on 3,850 acres in Vandenberg Space Force Base, located on the California coast between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Vandenberg already hosts SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Relativity Space. Atlas will concentrate elite engineering talent with DoD assets to solve the defense challenges that will determine America's survival.
Yeah.
What?
It's another Manhattan project.
Go to the image that's above the header. Look at this fucking image of this place.
I think none of this is actually happening. I think it's more pretend per se, but I don't know.
Oh, it's just a couple months ago, June 4th.
They'd like it to happen.
This is weird.
But do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the main concern here is America.
Right.
In any recognizable way.
It seems like they're preparing for the fall.
That seems to be what it is.
Yeah, that seems like you're preparing for the fall of America.
1,000%.
And defend the West on Earth and beyond.
By the way, not defend America.
Right.
Defend the West.
Yeah.
Right. Interesting.
Look at this quote. We built the arsenal of democracy, split the atom, and reached the moon. Now we must build a city that wins this century. What?
No.
Atlas is where America's engineers will develop the technologies that secure our future. Join us. This sounds like
I already
how
have
to get
it.
you.
Fuck.
This is the end.
Yeah. Like a cool video, and I'm in.
Yeah.
No, I would.
Good music behind it.
I'm hoping after this they offer me a tiny little plot to do a podcast, interview them about their work.
Right, like a discovery property.
Yeah.
So this idea is that when AI gets out of the box, as you say, the world's like filled with chaos, crime is rampant, it's madness, and then at that point, these guys wall themselves off, use all of their money, and defend the West.
That seems to be what it's like.
Defending is a weird.
Defending.
Yeah, it's a weird way of phrasing things, because you're not saying, we look to establish a beautiful, harmonious community that
No, there is an element, I think, of
defense.
Yeah, and they're defending them
from an assault.
From maybe the
defend the West.
But it's also like maybe you're defending them from forces that are
aliens.
Well, sure, or they're domestic. They're Americans.
Right.
It could also be,
Transcendent. There it is. Okay, inspired by the wisdom of great civilizations, we believe that true sovereignty is achieved through alignment with the transcendent.
Yeah.
You can't just say that.
This is going to all end up to just be like a line of skincare products at the end. Like it's just going to be like, fuck it.
Brian Johnson's vitamins.
Yeah, it's just Brian Johnson's vitamins and Kris
Jenner's
Jenner's
stay
new
alive
head.
forever. The Praxian way of life is driven by a vital energy that seeks transcendence through heroic action and contemplation. Our mission is to channel this drive into a cohesive way of life forged by social structures and institutions that guide our people toward their destiny. You just said nothing.
It's nothing, and so what it is opting out. There's America.
Go to the
opting
top.
out.
That looks like a mushroom.
Yeah.
That's a mushroom cap. Are you guys doing shrooms? Because now I'm in.
Well, they're certainly doing shrooms.
Well, now I'm in.
They're certainly doing shrooms.
I want to go.
I'm not saying this
I don't think I have enough money.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying this is kind of, and they're not going to be the only ones.
I need to up my game.
They're not going to be the only
get in on
ones.
this club because I want to defend freedom or whatever.
The West.
I want to defend the West. You can join their Discord. They have a Discord server.
Yeah.
Our primary centers.
Join the nation, take the pledge, and build the future of the West.
Our work primarily centers around developing culture and institutions that promote the practicing way of life. Boy, this is creepy.
Yeah.
Because increase our
Thiel
economic.
was a big. He funded this. Part of the funding. Fun.
That makes sense.
Sure.
If you're gonna,
If you're the Antichrist, you want to at least have a little bit of a say in what goes on here.
Could you imagine if they really do know something, and like the Antichrist is a real thing? Like, imagine if like you get to the highest levels of these meetings, and they say, look, all this biblical stuff is actually based on reality.
Yeah.
And there's something coming, and it will be like revelations in the Bible. There's going to be something that goes down.
It could very possibly happen. It is interesting to think about the Antichrist and then this all-powerful dark figure. Again, not more powerful than God, but like a problem, like a real problem.
A real problem.
And then that person has to have lunch with J.D. Vance. That's like an odd.
Well, if human beings.
You don't picture that.
If you think about religion as being something that serves human beings,
sure,
and God wants human beings, like what would be the Antichrist? What would be AI? Wouldn't it be?
Well, I think when you get into living forever and playing God and doing all this stuff, you get into a very dark area of human beings having the capacity of God. All these tech people who've now become super Christian, which seems to be a front, because they know how to sell what they're trying to do to America that way.
Fuck, I can't play right now either. Shit, we just fucking went up and up and up.
Of course.
How does he reconcile that with the gay stuff?
I don't know how anyone reconciles anything with anything, but like I think he's, I don't know, but they realize they have to sell the AI stuff and the eventual augmenting of the biology, all of that to Americans. And there'll probably be, a lot of the objections to that will probably be religious or rooted in religion. People going, I don't want to be but if you can somehow launder it and go, no, God likes and wants you to have the autonomous drone. You have to position yourself.
Interesting.
I don't know. I'm sure he can reconcile the gay stuff with the way. There's tons of gay Christians. I'm sure he's a very smart guy. He'll be able to figure it out.
That's an interesting strategy.
Well, that's the strategy.
That does make sense, though, as a strategy.
Of course.
That's how you would approach things.
You would have to.
Yeah.
You would have to. You'd have to go out and say, the good news is God wants you to have all of these things, which isn't Christianity. It's some other. They've concocted something else.
Mm-hmm.
If you're augmenting your biology to live forever, or to live a lot longer, and you are seeding clouds and doing all of this stuff, then you are playing God.
Yeah,
you are doing it. And there's an argument that science is you should do some of these things, whatever. You can make that argument, but that's not inherently a Christian argument.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think the real argument is that it's not just that you can do these things, but it's an imperative. And the reason being is that we're in competition with China.
What did you say? You said you were blown away by something.
Oh, this Praxian shit.
Well,
I had no idea that this was even a thing.
Well,
we've never discussed this before. Have we ever?
But this was a big thing during the pandemic. I don't know the reality of any of it. Here's what I think. Here's what it is emblematic of. The rich opted out of America a while ago, the super rich, meaning like they let many American cities crumble. They allowed the infrastructure of the country to rot. They carved out places within the country that they were going to, secure, and those places are safe, and those places are beautiful, and those places have pretty good economies. And they let the rest of it, the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt, a lot of the areas that were deindustrialized, they let a lot of that go. What's the next culmination of that? The next culmination of that, they're already kind of in a separate country. So this is just the leveling up of that with tech, crypto. You're off the dollar system. you're in your own thing, or you're doing a digital currency system. You know, that seems to be the next phase.
Interesting. Well, I think the next phase is allow the same thing that happened to Detroit to happen to the entire country.
That seems to be correct, yes.
Yeah, because that seems like there's an inevitability of automation and of the jobs that AI is going to take away, except for venture capitalism.
Yeah.
Mark Andreessen's fine, but everybody, we're fucked. They're gonna have
not us
AI comedians.
We'll have to interview Mark Andreessen every day.
Every day.
Which I've tried. He doesn't come on. But
He didn't come on your show?
He wouldn't know.
Really?
But he's a nice guy. Listen, here's
Interesting.
the thing.
He's been on my show a few times.
Yeah,
Maybe next
you
time
have
I
a
see
bigger.
you.
You have a bigger show, actually, statistically.
Oh, interesting. You have a big show, though.
It's a very big show, and we would
Congratulations on
treat.
that.
We would treat. Thank you very much, and thank Mark Maron for building it with me, and being so generous with his fan base with me. But yeah, it seems like they're going to. It seems like they're going to. You know, say America was fun. We had a good run.
Yeah.
But it seems inevitable that the standard of living is going to fall. Now, a lot of people, like, and Elon is a smart guy, and I don't agree with him on everything, but he says things like, it's going to be good, and the standard of living is going to rise with AI. I hope that's the case, but there's going to be a lot of people out of work, and I don't quite know how people's standard of living is going to increase. I guess we're going to have some UBI that's enough or whatever, but it just feels to me like we're heading towards something that has the potential. Maybe it won't be. I'm not going to be a doomsdayer. It has the potential to be incredibly disruptive. It will be incredibly disruptive. Now, for the good or the bad, I don't know, but it does seem like people are preparing for the inevitability of a large war. France just said get hospitals ready for war by 2026.
France just said that?
France just said that.
What?
He came out. Macron just came out and said get the hospitals ready for 2026 because that's when Brigitte's transitioning back to a man. But also have
France orders hospital to be ready for war in 6 months' time.
What is this goon still doing, this Zelensky goon? What a goon this person is.
The director revealed in a letter to regional health agencies anticipates 10,000 to 50,000 men in hospital over a period. Maybe this is why they let everybody into the country.
Right.
Health Minister Catherine Vautrin, is that it? Vautrin?
Yeah.
Confirmed the preparations, saying that they're a normal part of anticipating crises in the current international context. Again, what the fuck are you saying? The letter dated 18 July suggests that France could serve as a rear base for a large-scale conflict and mentions setting up medical centers near transport hubs.
There was the push down.
Follows the distribution of a survival manual to French households and President Emmanuel Macron's plan to double France's defense spending by 2027. How did that guy get to be the head of France? Like, at this point, can he win an election?
No,
like,
probably not.
Now everybody knows that he's married to a man who, not only a man, but a man who smacks him in the face.
Allegedly.
I saw the video.
Well, the alleged man.
The alleged man.
Yeah.
Well, whatever, that woman smacked him in the face.
For
Like,
sure.
he's getting abused.
She manhandled him.
Yeah, manhandled him. Behind closed doors.
That's right.
She manspreads. You ever see her manspread?
She
sits?
mansplains.
I don't know any women that sit down like that.
There's something off there. She met. He was 40. She was 15 or something. He was a kid in school. There's something really off.
That alone.
There's something very strange, very sinister, very
They met
bad.
when he was 14.
And she was 38 or something?
Something like that. And
Very
then they
bad.
started
40.
when she was 40. Notice I say she.
Yeah.
I'm a good boy.
Right.
I'm following the rules.
That's right. Well, there's lawsuits, which I mentioned in.
Well, it was interesting watching Jake Tapper do that about the fucking shooter. The Catholic school shooter, like correcting
Don't
the
miss
pronouns.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Can you
yeah.
imagine?
Yeah.
You know?
It's bizarre. Bizarro land we're in right now. But anyway, what what is going on in France? Like that guy is your fucking leader. Like that's so weird. And when I see things like that, it's terrifying because is that possible they could pull that off in America? When you go, well, they almost did with Kamala Harris.
Well, I think they have. By the way, they have before with lots of people.
Yeah.
And we don't know the personal lives of any of these people.
You know what's really fun?
Yeah.
When someone is in that whole race and running for president or vice president, and then the race is over, and they realize that person was a liability, so they cut them off.
And you never
and
hear
then that
from
person
them.
goes wacky, like Tim Walz.
That's
Did
right.
you see where he had a "fuck Trump" shirt on?
Yeah.
And he's dancing and going down an elevator. Have you seen this video?
I haven't seen. Please play it. I haven't seen it.
Please, Jamie, find that
Tim
video.
Walz
But this is weird.
That was a big mistake.
Oh, a huge mistake.
They should have picked Josh Shapiro from the governor of Pennsylvania.
I think they're worried about the Jewish thing.
Well, of course, it's a big swing state, and it would have been better.
Okay, you go full screen.
Is that really him?
It's real. Yes, it is. No, it's real. I love it. It's real. It's got to be real.
It has to be real.
It has to be real.
Jamie,
come on, man.
Jamie's compromised.
Look at him dancing.
I mean,
That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Walz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No, he slaps his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised, and I'm worried about Jamie, and I'm worried about Grok.
Does it say that it's AI? You say it's AI. Everybody says
The
it?
video I played on top says it's AI generated.
Riley Moore fell for an AI-generated video of Minnesota. I fell for it too. And you know why I fell for it?
Yeah.
Because I believe that he's capable of doing something.
But that's his essence.
He's so weird.
He's a weird guy. He's in the CCP. He's controlled by communist China, most likely.
Went over there a ton of times.
Well, he thinks it's a good place. That's the thing. I don't think he's controlled, meaning like whatever they're like nodes on his head. But like I'm saying, like he thinks that's a better way of life.
Well,
he thinks government control over your life is a better way of life.
And if you wanted to find a guy that maybe you could have some shit on, right, to put into office, that guy.
Well, he's a creep.
He's a weird.
He's a creepy guy, and nobody knows exactly what his qualifications were to be the vice president of the United States. That was all left out. No one has any clue.
We did a really good job of defunding the police.
Well, you know, his psychopath wife sat there and was like, when we smelled the burning tires from the riots, it was a real moment. We just took it in.
Yeah.
The people that live in that region of the country, many of them are sick. They don't get enough sunlight. It's very cold. They're incredibly radical. They live around all white people, and yet they're the most concerned with racism. And, you know, they almost elected a Somali mayor there, or governor or something, but they just pulled his support away.
Yeah, what happened with that? Why'd they pull his support away?
They said that there was something wrong with the convention, that they were like people's votes weren't counted, but it seems like the Democrats realized, oh, we're going to import all these people that we think are going to vote for us. They're actually going to vote for themselves and get rid of us. So it's like, oh, we'll import all these people, they'll vote for us. And then they're like, wait a minute, fuck you, we'll just run one of our people. Why the hell, why do we need to elect you? We can just elect this guy, and it's like the guy from Captain Phillips.
Yeah.
It's the guy.
Yeah, I'm
the
the
pirate
captain
guy.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's lovely. And I'm not saying he shouldn't run in America. I'm not saying a pirate shouldn't be the mayor of a great American city.
That fucking state is not recovered from Prince dying.
No.
They fell off.
Yeah. And I think...
Which, by the way, died of fentanyl.
That's right. The small boat crisis... Really?
Yeah.
Fent?
Yeah. Hip issues. So in pain, got a hold of the wrong pills.
The patch.
So here's the thing. No, it's not that. The patch won't kill you because the patch actually goes through the dermis. It actually regulates the dose. Prince Rogers Nelson, official cause of death was an accidental overdose of fentanyl. So what happens is, and what happened with Tom Petty too, is these guys, their taste, their appetite far exceeds the prescription. And they're in pain all the time, and so they get pills from other people. So with Tom Petty, I think he got it from a roadie. He wound up dying. I don't know where Prince got his from, but what happens is, you know, you're getting a prescription from your doctor, and maybe he only gives you 3 pills a day, and you really want 10.
And then you start.
Wasn't it like what the fuck's his name? Rush Limbaugh. Wasn't he taking like
16 a day Oxycontin?
I think it was higher than that.
It might have been.
I think it was something nuts.
It was nuts.
Yeah, like
yeah, and he was doing broadcasting every day.
That's what made him go deaf, apparently. Alex Jones explained it to me.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Prince had thought he was taking the prescription drug Vicodin when he in fact was taking a counterfeit Vicodin pill laced with potentially deadly fentanyl. Yeah, so same thing. So you think you're getting these pills that you're addicted to.
Yeah.
Prince apparently had hip problems.
Sure.
From all the dancing and, like, I know a lot of martial artists have fake hips down. So you get in pain, and the pain is debilitating. You can't tolerate it. And so, like, hey, take a pill. And then next thing you know, you're fucked.
Right.
And then you're on that train, and you need something. And you got a Vicodin for me? You got a Vicodin. Then you're foaming at the mouth and dead in the hotel floor.
That really sucks, and that's...
What,
that
can
is
I
terrible.
fucking
horrible.
repair
It's
other
horrible.
fucking
And
things?
by the way, all that shit would have been avoided if there was legal drugs.
Well, yes, but I also think like a lot of these antidepressants and stuff, a lot of those things, and there's people that obviously need them and are helped by them, and that's great, but like the pharmaceutical industry is so powerful and so well funded, and it's clear that one of the ways they're going to try to control the population once people don't have jobs or a purpose is by getting them all on a bevy of medications.
Get them dosed up to the point where
Dose
they just
them
get
up.
real dull.
I think they're going to dose
real
people
flat,
up.
where
They
you
dose
just-
them up.
Nothing upsets you, and then you can just take your government stipend, and
Yeah.
you're going to be fine. And you'll have less money, but you'll have all the objects that you need.
You'll have all the things
because
you
the
want.
government will send you free TVs. Because
Yes.
the TVs are going to be made by robots. They'll cost no money.
You can't react like if you're sitting on a beach and then a small migrant boat shows up and then they all just start running. You just look at it and kind of nod and go,
Well,
okay.
Then someone will turn. Who else going to clean your toilet?
That's right.
You need that.
Right. Who's going to clean your toilet? Who's going to drink your piss, Mr. Trump? It's gonna be really interesting to see if Farage wins in the UK, if the Reform Party wins.
When is that?
Coming up. I don't know exactly when.
Someone has to reverse course, and it might be too late, because the amount of change that they've had over the past few years is staggering. The Graham Linehan arrest, I think, woke a lot of people up today. The fact that you could see the tweets that they arrested him for. The fact that they're arresting people for saying, I love bacon. Like, all that shit is
the only way you can make
insane.
these changes to a society as swiftly as they are is by stifling dissent and punishing it and criminalizing it.
Yes.
There's absolutely no way to completely remake a society in the span of like 36 months, you know? Like, you can't do that without shutting everybody up.
You shut everybody up and you import
Nobody is voting to be a
migrants.
minority in their own country. Nobody is voting to lose economic and cultural ground in their own country. People certainly think immigrants can benefit a country and make a country better, and that's why historically we've had immigration. But nobody is voting for massive, large-scale immigration that completely destabilizes an existing economy.
And the majority of it is Muslim.
It's Muslim immigration.
Which is weird. Like,
Well,
think about all the Latin American countries,
That's right.
all the different countries. Like, why is this the one?
Well, because it's the one you can't criticize. It's the one you cannot say you don't want. It's the one that is not going to be able... There are real conditions in the world that create refugees. Climate is one of them. Destabilizing wars are another one. So if you're all over the world destabilizing countries with, war and covert operations and all of this stuff, and enriching a small circle of people, and all those refugees need a place to stay, you got to take them in, and you got to tell your people to shut the fuck up. And that's what's been going on. Progressives, when I grew up, used to care deeply about their fellow citizens having health care, a place to live, be able to send their kids to college, retire, whatever. All of the energy now, for example, in the New York mayoral race, is about whether Jewish people feel safe with the Muslim mayor and whether the Muslim mayor feels that illegal immigrants are being treated nicely enough. They don't care at all about citizens of this country. They don't care about black people who are genuinely owed a debt from the things that Americans have done, bringing them to the country, as slaves, preventing
Jim
them
Crow.
from acquiring wealth, Jim Crow, redlining, all that. That is no longer an issue. They don't talk about elderly people. They don't talk about Social Security. They don't talk about that. All of the energy that was and it's happened right around Occupy Wall Street. Right around Occupy Wall Street, people started to realize that it was a little bit of a scam the way the country was being run. You had people start to design a Democratic Party around identity politics. And then the Republican Party was always kind of designed around this idea that, like, you had maximum freedom to start your own hedge fund. Shut up. Stop complaining. Whatever. And populism was kind of killed in America. Unions were killed. Workers' rights were killed. And now all this progressive energy that used to get funneled into, like, people having health care is now specifically for non-citizens.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary amounts of money.
Extraordinary amounts of money. And it's not about America or the future of New York City, the most economically, it's the top city in the world economically, and the focus is in not about Americans, it's about undocumented people, and if Jews and Muslims are going to play nice.
Weird.
It's odd.
Real weird.
It's strange to me. I'm not saying those are completely unimportant issues, but they completely dominate the conversation to a level that's absurd.
Here's another absurd thing.
Yeah.
He's also running on this promise of setting up a transgender hub where you can go and get fixed up there.
Yeah.
Where they're going to pay for people.
In the park? No, I'm kidding.
There's a tent. There's a tent. You go in there, looks like fucking one of those Dexter
He's going to do
tents.
it in the Friends fountain that they all jumped in the beginning of Friends. Yeah, he's going to do it. No, I mean, we don't need a transgender hub. Not to hurt anybody's feelings. People should be able, I think adults should be able to do whatever they want.
The Friends theme is playing in my head right now.
It is, yeah. In the fountain.
Yeah.
We don't need a transgender hub. We don't need a sanctuary city. I don't think I mean, you've said this, you don't need ICE raids ripping families apart at graduation either.
No.
But you need an enforcement of law. You need to build a middle class. You need to make things affordable. They run California on $8 trillion worth of tech money in Northern California. They run New York on a lot of fucking finance money. And these people bring in a class of people that cannot understand them. So culturally, it's nice when the maid can't understand you. It's nice. It's nice when she really doesn't know what you're saying. And I'm not saying that you obviously get rid of every immigrant, but this whole idea that the American working class, if they are not participating in their own destruction, they are somehow a racist or they're xenophobic.
Yeah.
Is psychotic.
It is psychotic.
It's psychotic.
It's weird. It's just weird that people accept it. And it's also weird that it's attached to being a kind, compassionate person
That's
who's
right.
on the left.
Yeah.
And, and also just complete lack of anybody who gets arrested has no cash bail.
Yeah.
Right? So there's no punishment for committing crimes. It's very strange. Like, it is all set. Like, if you wanted to be the person, if you want to be the person that's going to, like, try to completely destabilize a country, you would do it exactly that way. I'm not saying that that's why they're doing it, but it just feels very strange that they've gotten everybody to kind of go along with all this.
Well, it seems to be preparing to run a country without people. It seems very much, if I'm a nut, a conspiracy nut, which I am, and I'm wondering how you begin to sever ties with people. First, you're going to replace the people in your own country with people from another country that you could pay a lot less money to, who you have no cultural ties with, who you don't even speak the same language. And then eventually you're going to discard those people for robots.
Interesting.
And machines.
Well, I think you want to set up more internal conflict. Like, if people figure out that this white versus black struggle in America is kind of bullshit, right? And then the racism that people think exists is kind of accentuated by social media, and then they figure out that that racism that exists is accentuated by bots. so that they're pitting us against each other when most people are cool, the vast majority. And then also there's the gay straight thing, and there's this weird push recently to try to repeal gay marriage. It's like, who's pushing that? Well, it seems like one of those fake things that they do to keep each other at each other's throats. Well, what's the ultimate one? The ultimate one is Sharia law. Right? The ultimate one is bring in as many Muslims as you can. Let them gather up steam. Let them build up an alliance. Let a bunch of like really fucking stupid, wacky leftists go along with this,
and then
not knowing that religion is counter to everything you stand for. Everything you stand for as far as women's rights, gay rights, like
so I think by the way,
freedom.
I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. And I think the funny thing about a lot of the big, super wealthy people is they don't care if there's large swaths of Michigan under Sharia law. They wouldn't care.
No.
They're really interested in 12 zip codes that they're going to gate off. Yeah. It's obvious. Like, they're interested. They're all over the world. They have homes everywhere.
Yeah.
And I don't think they care. I mean, if they cared long term about America, wouldn't our cities look better?
Yeah.
Wouldn't our cities look better? Wouldn't we have taken more care to have thriving cities? It wouldn't take that much more money.
Yeah.
So to me, I start thinking about, like, it feels like they've given up.
I don't even know if they've given up. I think it's a strategy. Yeah, I think there's a strategy. You need a bunch of discontent. You need a bunch of people that are upset. You need a bunch of people that are constantly worried about their bills. Because when you're worried about your bills, you're not worried about anything else.
Right.
You need a bunch of people that are sick, so you need to deny them health care. You need to make sure that they're not getting paid.
Right.
The claims are not getting accepted. And then make sure that you've got constant struggle in terms of like what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say.
That's right.
And that's where we come in.
People need to be paranoid and scared
that's
of
what
each
we
other.
Because we were an unexpected thing. I think podcasters and social media in general, but they can kind of subvert social media with bots. You can't really do that with podcasters because you know that they're really talking or they're not.
Yeah.
You can do AI stuff like the Tim Walsh thing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
I think they were not prepared for this level of pushback.
No.
That the citizens are giving on things like Epstein, on things like, whatever. Right? And they're unprepared for how to deal with it.
Epstein accusers put pressure on Congress to release the files.
This happened about an hour ago there on Capitol Hill, giving a 2-hour press conference. A bunch of accusers, I think for the first time publicly, showed their faces, made statements. They said that they're going to compile a list since they know the names themselves.
Interesting. I was whoa.
By the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene's been heroic on this.
Look at this. Look at this quote. I was only 14 years old when I met Jeffrey. One of 9 female Epstein accusers who appeared at a news conference on Capitol Hill. What? It was the summer of high school. I was working 3 jobs to try to support my mom. Of course, those are the type of people you grab, right? When a friend of mine in the neighborhood told me I could make $300 to give another guy a massage. Wow. It went from a dream job to the worst nightmare.
People need to go to jail.
Fuck.
I mean, this is the reality. People need to go to jail.
Holy fuck. Okay, hold on. Another Epstein accuser, Annie Farmer, alleged she was 16 in 1996 when she was flown to New Mexico to spend a weekend with Epstein. 16.
Yeah.
And Maxwell, and was assaulted. Her sister Maria was also assaulted there, Farmer said, and sensitive photos of the sisters were stolen by Epstein. The incident was reported to authorities. Wow. What a fucking psycho that guy was. 14.
Well, I think it's going to come out. I think it's going to come out that he was a, not only obviously well known that he was a notorious pedophile, evil guy, but also that he was working for Israel. I mean, I think this is going to come out.
And so
this is what I've been. What I think, but I also believe is somewhat well known and not a huge secret.
Isn't the whole thing is very strange that you have a pedophile
Yeah.
who's also connected to all these insanely wealthy and powerful people, and then does something where he gets all these people together for parties, and then supposedly has all of this information and all this, and then you have Pam Bondi saying there's thousands of hours of film, but then you have Kash Patel saying no, there's nothing. There's nothing. Then he killed himself.
We are absolutely 100% going to find some very uncomfortable things out about his relationship with Israel. I mean, this is not going to be a piece of paper that says, "Hey, I'm working," but there's going to be enough circumstantial evidence that's going to connect him. Not only to our own government, which I imagine that the CIA was involved as well, but I think it's going to connect him to, I mean, this was such a goof.
These
Such a goof.
are their files that they're holding up for everybody. The guy with the cowboy hat's got to go. Who's that guy?
I don't know, but I think
that hat is ridiculous, sir. That fucking cowboy hat's ridiculous. Just holding up the thing with it, wearing a cowboy hat. We're here for American justice. The Epstein files, phase 1.
There's more. Listen. There's a reason that none of this has come to light, and there's a reason that they're dragging their feet under these things.
Yeah, because the amount of people that are powerful.
There's so many people ensnared by this, but also the other thing is, like, I think it is going to be an uncomfortable, and more than uncomfortable, perhaps, with if it comes out that our ally, very close ally of America, was having this happen. Not obviously, it's not the Israeli people, it's not even the Israeli government per se, but it's a group in whatever you want to call it, the Israeli deep state or their intelligence community, that was using Jeffrey Epstein as an access agent to get access to people and leverage on people.
Do you think that he was a pedophile to begin with? And they go, this is our guy because it's fucked up?
Absolutely.
And then they have him run things. But how do you get a pedophile that can keep his shit together?
You find one that's
Obviously,
he couldn't keep his shit together, but, the 90s were a different time. There's no camera phones.
That's true.
There's no internet.
That's true.
You can intimidate reporters. You can intimidate DAs.
Right.
Or you can
just whack people.
This is a Vice article from 2017 about the DC Magnet found earlier. I thought this was interesting. They tried to bring the info out later after she died already. Yeah, and her attorney said the records could impact the presidential election.
What?
The Supreme Court denied the applications. And
Wait a minute.
They tried to FOIA the FBI, IRS, and the Postal Inspection Service since they were involved too, because it was a mail thing. She was in Northern California. And they barely sent any info.
And so this was in 2000 what?
17.
Wow.
I think that's when the article was.
There's no presidential election.
Supposedly Jeffrey Epstein said to his brother or to someone, if people knew what I knew, both candidates in the presidential election would have to step down. That's a quote. Jamie can find that.
Wow. So wasn't he on the phone with his mother, in quotes, before he died?
Who?
Epstein, in prison.
What?
They said he was on the phone with his mother for an hour.
How's he get on the phone while he's inside the jail?
His mother's dead too.
Was the thing real about the trust of
Wait a minute. What are you saying? His mother was already dead?
Yeah.
Before that?
Yeah.
So who's saying that he was on the phone with his mother?
So maybe he was on the phone with someone else.
Yeah, but there's a lot of misinformation that gets attached to true stories to make the stories goofy.
Well,
this is the whole Comet Pizza thing.
Disinfo.
Yeah, this is the pizza.
Something's weird with that, though.
Oh, fuck yeah, something's weird with that.
Why is a pizzeria? I saw that.
Yeah. What?
The documentary, right?
Yeah. Just the absolute facts.
Just a summary from AI, but...
unmonitored phone call to a girlfriend, though he told prison staff that he was calling his mother, who had been dead for 15 years. Key details from the report include the call was a violation of policy on the evening, excused himself from a meeting with his lawyers to make a call. You could just make a call in prison? I thought you have to wait in line for the phone. The Office of the Inspector General found that a supervisor at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York allowed Epstein to make an unmonitored call, which is a violation of the Bureau of Prisons policy. Deception was successful to get permission For the unmonitored call, Epstein told prison staff that he wanted to call his mother, who had died in 2004. Instead, he called a girlfriend. The call was not properly logged or recorded. How convenient.
Nice.
The call's content is unknown. The call was unmonitored and unrecorded. Investigators could not determine its content. Oh, why would you determine the content of a guy who's involved in most high-profile investigations?
They had to get rid of him. There was no way to keep him around. And if he is still alive somehow, I don't know where he is, obviously, but there's a possibility he's at Wexler's compound.
And then there's the fucking guy that he was sharing a cell with.
That guy, creepy guy.
Gigantic, muscular guy who killed him.
He could have killed him. He could have killed him. They might have killed him. They might have killed him. But there are tapes, I think, that are missing a minute. They're missing time.
Oh, they found the new minute today. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
The missing minute. They conveniently found it today. Did you hear about that, Jamie? You didn't hear? I'll send it to you.
The missing minute.
Yeah, they found it. They know where it is now. So
now it's good.
I had heard that they knew where it was the whole time. They didn't want to. Here, I got it up on.
You got it? They knew where it was the whole time. They just didn't want to tell you. Release of missing minute of Epstein video contradicts Bondi's camera stop recording. Oh, no. Contradicts Bondi's claim. Video taken outside Epstein's cell on night he died as part of new materials released by the House Oversight Committee. Why do you have that new minute set aside? What's that?
It's a new minute. It's Kill Tony. You got to do a new minute. It's Epstein's new minute.
Kill Jeffrey.
Saying he's still alive. This story came out this week too. Did you see this?
Old master painted looted by Nazis spotted in Argentinian property listing.
They found a painting that was stolen and no one had seen it for 200 years or so.
Oh, and they found it.
Nazis took it. It was found on a Zillow post.
What?
Yeah,
wow.
Zillow. I'll double check.
That's crazy.
Real estate agent.
Well, that's Argentina. That's the whole thing.
It's the whole thing.
The Argentina, literally, there's towns in Argentina that have Oktoberfest, where everybody speaks German. They're always later
to Argentina.
Yeah, there's photos of, you know, like, this is Grandpa, and his SS fucking uniforms on the wall. Yeah,